And of course, this is a public hearing, so let me say at the very beginning that we have an opportunity for public comment, and I am more than willing to sit as much and hear as much public comment as possible. So I can tell you we have a pretty, at least structurally, looks like a very short agenda. But when we do get the public comment, know that there will be an opportunity for you, anyone who's interested, to put your name in the public record. And I would like to start off by saying that we are beginning and trying to build a transcript here. So if there's an opportunity for any of the witnesses to jump in at any point in time, and I do know we have the Chancellor and the Athletic Director, but there are others at the university would like to have testify, I would ask is that you say your name prior to testimony so we can make sure that we have that in the transcript. And I'll remind you at some point in time, because we may have a little dialogue here, just to state your name for the record. It don't necessarily mean it other than to make sure that we actually record and produce the transcript. The transcript of this particular hearing will be available in 10 days. So anyone who would like to look and review the transcript of this particular hearing, I would encourage you to go to the Senate site, look under this committee's jurisdiction, and you will find a transcript of this particular hearing. Okay, now let's go ahead. I'd like to make an opening statement, and then, of course, we'd like to hear from the Chancellor and the Athletic Director. So why don't we start by having, if we could, the Chancellor, please, Linda Katehi. Thank you for coming on up. And we'll also have Greg Warseka, who I've met at a prior hearing over at the University of California, Berkeley. And anyone else at the university would so like to have up, you are more than welcome. I know that we have some questions all around, so it would be great to have you folks up. Let me, as you're sitting down, start off by laying out what I've at least discovered regarding the decision to reduce sports teams at the University of California, Davis, and its impact. And I know this may be a long hearing, so I'd like to get to the end at the beginning and give you my impressions, if you will, or my position thus far on the matter. And it's a position that I'm going to continue to go back to during this particular hearing. I want you to know that the committee has had an opportunity to speak with more than enough witnesses, including students and athletes and parents, and we've had an opportunity to peruse other universities, administrators, and attorneys, and of course Title IX experts. And we've also had, through a lot of open document requests, the opportunity to review about 1,000+ pages of documents. And I'd like to give you my impression of what I view, how I feel after reviewing those pages. First, I'd like to get the administration and the Chancellor's reaction and staff's reaction to this. But my fundamental thought at the very beginning after that review is that we have a very, in my view, a very flawed process here. A flawed process in which key stakeholders were excluded, where faculty and students and athletes and various coaches were, in many cases, not informed in a timely manner for such a big decision like this. I also, my view of this is we also have some key data that we'll go over tonight that may not have been analyzed correctly, or at least it seems was analyzed incorrectly. But overall, I think the process, from my view, was flawed because we have, clearly, it seems to me, a very much of a lack of transparency, given the decision was made so late in the academic year, and it really allowed very little suggestions for alternatives, very little time to point out inaccuracies, and some very little time to point out inconsistencies in many cases. So I think at the very beginning of the process, it seemed to be a very, from my view, and I'd like to hear differently if I'm incorrect, a very flawed process, which I think resulted in a very flawed result. And by that I mean we have, in our view, the committee's view, that we have a very disproportionate impact on women athletes. Women, in this particular decision, 73 women athletes were if you will, let go, lost in the system. We lost about 58 men athletes, and I know that there may be a number disparity there, but I'm not going to double count indoor track and outdoor track and some of the numbers that may give us a different impression. And even if we took the university's numbers, it doesn't seem we're getting any closer to proportionality, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. I also think the result, from my view, in many cases, may have been some form, and I'd like to discuss this at length, of retaliation in terms of wrestling. And by that I mean the elimination of men's wrestling programs appears to be a very convenient way to get rid of something that the university has litigated in 3 cases and has lost nearly $1 million in terms of various settlements. And so I'd like to have some discussion, if you will, on the elimination and the criteria for the elimination of men's wrestling. And in respect to women's rowing, it was about 3 years ago that this committee had a similar hearing on Title IX. We had Mr. Warseka at that particular hearing, and as I read the transcript of that hearing 3 years ago, I was remembered now that it was actually the Women's Crew program that was the icon of that particular hearing. It was the Title IX efforts, the one example brought up by UC Davis as the shining moment for women's sports. And as I read it, I think now somehow that the Women's Crew team has become a victim of its own success. We have obviously the explanation by the university is that we were saving 3 smaller women's sports teams, including one sport team that has been in existence for 1 year prior to that. And I was a little dismayed to review the transcript and to then see that indeed it was the shining example and yet to find its cut. I'd also like to say that I view this as a very flawed result, as I mentioned, due to the process. When I look at the cuts that are offered in this particular case, the cuts, from my view, don't appear to be designed to produce any substantial budget savings at all. In fact, we'd like to go through some of the numbers tonight. It certainly doesn't produce any budget savings in the first year. And so I'm not quite sure, given the ongoing deficit of $1.4 million, the additional cuts of $2.4 million, and of course the $400,000 that no one knows how we're going to get to. We'd like to talk about that, and I'm not quite sure that these cuts of sports teams actually get us to that result in terms of any budgetary savings. I think what's most difficult for me to understand is, and this, we're very happy to have a very large group of students that I see behind you, is really trying to understand why the students at UC Davis who over the years have voted to impose fees upon themselves. And I think this is just an outstanding university where students have voted, I think, 4 times in 4 successive referendums to, in essence, tax themselves so that students and intercollegiate athletics can coexist. I'm not sure how they could be completely ignored, and I'd really like to have the opportunity to figure out where their participation in this process was best heard before a decision was made. These are the very same students that are now paying about $15.6 million towards the cost of the athletic program on the campus, and at least my comparison to other very larger universities, that is a substantial number as compared to even those larger universities in terms of the amount of student fees going towards the program. So we'd like to have some discussion about that tonight, and I think it's clear to us that we're not going to really argue whether the university has some sort of legal obligation to sustain the programs, and it's clear to us that you have the decision-making process to make these decisions. I think the issue tonight is really whether there is a good faith obligation to the students on whether the students' programs that were voted on in those 4 successive referendums, in many cases, those prescripts, those core principles that Davis is known for, the Davis way, if you will, are actually being followed, or whether they just go by the wayside due to budget cuts. And I think we want to have some discussion about that as well. I do know, and I will probably hear from all of you, that these are very difficult times, and clearly, the university has made and has made about $25 million worth of cuts, and we're still unclear in terms of how much more additional cuts we'll have to move forward. But I think what we'd like to do is just have a discussion about the process more than anything else. And clearly, we're not trying to dictate a particular result at tonight's hearing. We would like to point out that there is, at least on paper, a 6% budget shortfall that is made up by eliminating 4 athletic teams. That's approximately 15% of the total 27 teams on campus. That's, in my view, disenfranchising about 131 student athletes, approximately 20% of the total 685 athletes on campus. And I think it actually moves us very much further away from our truly equal opportunity goals and followed under Title IX. As I've mentioned, we do have 2 panels here this evening. We will take some time to go over each of these particular decisions and the issues that were involved in the decisions to eliminate these 4 teams at the University of California, Davis. Let me also say that I do respect the chancellor and the very tough decision she inherited. And there's no doubt that the stated provisions of Title IX offers a constraint that we are very sensitive to in this committee. We've had a lot of hearings, and we have delved into many of the issues that are constraints, but we certainly are interested in how these Title IX decisions are implemented, particularly when it comes to academic opportunities for women and its impact on men. So we will have hopefully some discussions on that. The reason that you are here, Chancellor, is that we obviously would like to hear directly from you. You are the decision maker at the end of the day for this particular decision. And, of course, the folks in the audience will have an opportunity to make some comments on whether or not that decision and the rationale for that decision was ultimately what they were expecting. I have had an opportunity to read your letters to the public. And, of course, the arguments are very cogent and they make a lot of sense, but at the same time, we're trying to understand and balance where UC Davis sports is generally. So we'll have an opportunity to do that as we move forward. So with that, let's go ahead and begin. I do have quite a few questions for the university. I'd like to make sure I have all the questions on the record. There are some specific questions that I would actually like to read into the record and get a specific answer from the university on. But if you wouldn't mind, Chancellor, if I could get to the questions. I know you have an opening statement. I'm not sure if you'd like to hold the opening statement until after the questions to cover anything we may not have covered, or if you would like to start with your brief opening statement is really up to you.
Well, thank you. I would, first of all, like to say a few words, and then I have a very brief set of comments. They're not very long, and then we can go to the statement so we can have a question and answer session. So we are 4 of us, myself, Greg Warzeka, the director of the ICA, have a vice chancellor for student affairs, Fred Wood, and I have Steve Drown, who is the university counsel. Okay. The reason we are all here, as you know, I have joined the university less than a year ago, and a lot of the events you're referring to happened before my time, but we have collective here memory, so we'll try among ourselves to address your questions and concerns. I would like, first of all, to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here this evening. It is an important opportunity for me to express my strong commitment as a professional and a woman to the participation of women in higher education. I have really, my career has been focusing on that issue. And of course, athletics is a very important part of the university education, so I'm focusing on that as well. And I am a deep believer of Title IX. The loss of the 4 sports we are discussing today on our campus is a very real issue, very significant, and very personal, as you mentioned. and it was the necessary outcome of the crisis in the state of California and the resulting financial position of the University of California and UC Davis. In fact, I want to say that the first thing that I've learned when I was announced as the chancellor at UC Davis was that this past year alone we would have to cut our budget by $115 million. So in the last 2 years and next year, the total will be $228 million. Just last year, since last July, the cut that was made at that point was 20% of the general budget fund. And the cut was expected to be done during this year. So I just wanted to, and you mentioned, you acknowledged that, the severity of the situation and the context under which many difficult decisions have been made. So I have prepared for you, and we will make it available, a list that shows the various budget cuts that we've had to make to really accommodate for this $228 million. And you will see that the cuts are substantive and have been really very critical and have placed many out of the 32,000 students on our campus in a very difficult position. I just would like to mention that as a result of those cuts, 1,062 staff positions have been eliminated, and that includes hundreds of staff who have been laid off. These are very difficult decisions for all of those, for us, first of all, and the outcomes traumatic for those who have been impacted by them. We had to impose furloughs on most faculty and staffs. We had to increase student fees by a substantial amount, 32% in undergrads and 15% in graduate students. We had to deplete our reserves and substantially cut expenditures. And within this overall budgetary context, I supported the recommendation, and I made the decision to cut the 4 sports: women's rowing, men's wrestling, men's swimming and diving, and men's indoor track and field. I understood very early that this decision would spark controversy and cause a lot of pain. But I've made the decision with a gravity that made it final, and it was in the context of understanding of my responsibilities as the chancellor to address the budgetary cuts on our campus. Discontinuing the 4 sports had the least impact on student-athlete participation and provides the most realistic and sustainable approach to supporting continued academic and athletic excellence in the programs. As part of this decision, UC Davis is committed to helping student-athletes from discontinued sports to complete their studies at UC Davis. And those who were receiving grants in aid in 2009, 2010 will continue to receive them as they make regular progress towards their degree. The 23-sport program complies with the settlement achieved by the Brust versus Regents case in 2009, and in turn with Title IX requirements. It meets prong 1 of Title IX's compliance test that requires an institution to maintain competitive opportunities for men and women in substantial proportion to the ratio between the genders in the undergraduate population. So in closing, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in today's very important discussion. We take our commitment to gender equity very seriously, and I personally do the same. And we will continue to factor those obligations and responsibilities, and in my role as a chancellor, into everything we do in relation to intercollegial athletics programs and to all programs on our campus. And going forward, we can be proud that UC Davis will continue to offer 23 varsity sports, consisting of 14 women's teams with about 340 student athletes and 9 men's teams with 280 student athletes. So I'm just concluded my comments. I wanted to thank you again, and I'm ready if you agree to turn the floor to Craig. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone on the panel can answer any of these questions as long as we have a comment. State your name. Did you also have a statement?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good evening, Senator, and thank you again for a chance to. Good evening, Senator. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make some comments. There we go. Thank you. I'm pleased to provide some additional comments for you regarding the recent decision to discontinue the 4 sports at UC Davis. And let me start by saying in February, intercollegiate athletics was challenged with a $2.4 million budget reduction for the 10 and 11 academic year, and that came on top of a $1.4 million deficit from previous years. Across-the-board budget cuts were no longer an option because in preceding years, the intercollegiate athletic program had already made reductions to its sports and administrative unit budgets. Employees were subjected to furloughs and positions were downsized or reduced, some lost. And athletics has been reducing the funding for facility repairs and renovations. They've cut team and administrative travel and replaced open positions with lower salaries, just to mention a few of the exercises we went through. The consultations, recommendations, and ultimately the decision about discontinuing sports needed to be timely. Not only was the budget year fast approaching, but we also wanted to give current and prospective student athletes as much time as we possibly could to make their decisions about where to study and compete in the future. The task was difficult. The final decision had to comply with requirements not only of Title IX, but also of the NCAA, the Big West Conference, and student-approved referenda. In all, the campus reviewed 13 different sports for continued viability based on a set of criteria. My staff and I evaluated more than 20 models for their potential to restore the department to fiscal solvency, and we met with coaches as well as many other groups and constituencies. In addition, a work group of faculty and staff reviewed our budget proposals and advised Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs on those budget recommendations. Title IX compliance was always at the forefront of all of our deliberations. Let me go on to say that at the time of the Brust versus Regents agreement settlement was reached, the campus was aware that impending budget challenges would likely impact our ability to continue to add sports. The settlement agreement approved by the federal court sets forth a series of benchmarks that UC Davis agreed to reach in future years. Prong 1 of Title IX's 3-prong compliance test requires an institution to maintain participation opportunities for men and women in substantial proportion to the ratio between the genders in the undergraduate population. The 23-sport program is well within the 2009-2010 benchmark called for in the settlement agreement. And I'm confident that continuing roster management efforts will enable the campus to meet and maintain all of our benchmarks for future years as well. In addition, the new program complies with the requirements of student referenda that approve fees to support the intercollegiate athletic program. The ICA budget will ensure that these fees continue to be used according to the initiative requirements. These painful cuts will save approximately $5 million over the next 5 years. However, the 2010 and 11 budget still requires the department to identify another $400,000 in cuts and generate more revenue. Overall, the plan will eliminate the $1.4 million deficit and return the program and the department to fiscal solvency by academic year 2013-14. In concluding, let me assure you that the welfare of student athletes has been front and center in all of this. UC Davis is continuing its annual grant and aid or scholarships for the affected student athletes who choose to continue their studies at UC Davis. And we've been assisting those who elect to continue their athletic careers at other institutions per NCAA rules and regulations. So again, thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to present just some of the background related to our recent ICA decision at UC Davis.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's go through some questions if we could. Just big picture, Chancellor, how is, from your point of view, how is athletics viewed on the campus, for example? There's been much talk about, in preparing for this hearing, the Davis way, and I'm very interested and continue to come back to that. What's your understanding of the Davis way?
The campus is very proud, really, for the student athlete. program. In fact, I remember very extensive discussions about how they view the athletics program as adding really tremendous value to the academic education we provide to our students. And the fact that UC Davis is very different than the other campuses in that our athletes are students first, and then members of the various athletic teams.
Right.
In fact, everybody has made, and especially faculty and students have made the comment that on average, and for many years in a row, the average academic performance of the student athletes was higher than the average student on our campus. So the one thing that I've learned is that there was tremendous pride in the fact that our athletes were excellent students and eventually distributed across the various intellectual disciplines.
Okay, and I think, Chancellor, what I'm trying to do, just as a very threshold question, given that you're the decision maker in this, and you will take, obviously, memos and data and look at 20 options, but at the end of the day, it comes down to what your view is of the Davis Way. You've mentioned what their view was, or it was explained to you, or let me start. You mentioned to be your opening that you are new to the campus. What university did you come from?
Well, I was a student at UCLA as a grad. I came from Greece, as a matter of fact.
Right.
I grew up in Greece. I got my first degree in electrical engineering there. I went to UCLA as a graduate student. Then I went to the University of Michigan as a faculty member in engineering. Then I went to Purdue as a dean of engineering and to Illinois as the provost.
So at Illinois, you were a provost, and that is a Division I team, correct?
Right.
And I would probably say Illinois has a different mindset about athletics than Davis. Would you agree with that?
That
is
is
there
true.
a different mindset? Is there a different
It is
way?
true. There are different universities have their own. I can tell you that among those 4 universities, every university was different from any other that I've been. Each one of them had its own culture and its own idea about athletics. Also, I wanted to mention that athletics was not my responsibility. As the provost, I was in charge of the academic programs.
And I guess the reason I ask that is that your view and your philosophy in terms of how the Davis Way is implemented, I think will make all the difference in terms of a decision to move to various cuts and various types of. It doesn't matter to you?
You need to understand that as an individual, I have my own views, but as a chancellor, I support the views of the campus. And since the campus really feels very strong about the specific student-athlete program, I am supporting this program, as I am supporting every other view that the campus has about the other academic programs.
I get that, but I think you're in a tough situation because the folks you're sitting next to have one view of the campus, and the folks behind you have another view of the campus in terms of sports. So I'm trying to ask you what your personal philosophy is when it comes to sports and academics.
I truly believe that sports really add a tremendous value to the education we provide in a university.
But at UC Davis, we have this philosophy of teacher-coaches, and where coaches just simply aren't coaches. They are lecturers, they're teachers, they teach classes, they have presence in the classrooms. Very different than the universities you've mentioned. I attended one of those, UCLA, so it's a very different culture.
And it is a wonderful culture, as a matter of fact. I mean, I think it's a very different, it's very unique, and it really adds to the UC Davis identity.
Right. So are you committed to that particular culture then,
Yes,
given
I
that
am.
you're the Davis Way?
Right.
Okay. And from our viewpoint, though, it seems as though the changes that are being implemented, given the cuts, seem to be pointing to a very different model, and a Division I model, a different philosophy where.
Not even for a moment I saw it that way, to tell you the truth.
Really?
I mean, this past year, if you understand the context under which decisions have been made, has been a horrible year. In fact, the cuts that we have made across the board if you look at each one of them individually, you would think that we are against academics, we are against student services, we are against staff and faculty, because every time we had to cut some viable and vital programs in all of these areas. And it was not my decision to do that. In fact, if it were up to me, I would not have cut any of those programs that we had to cut this past year.
Right. But I think the difference is it was your decision, and you did make a decision. So
well, of course.
So I say it was up to you. It was up to you. And
I had to make decisions,
right.
Obviously. Right.
And I guess the question is that we're trying to evaluate from a big picture threshold question is, was your decision based on, if you will, as you mentioned, the Davis way, or is it based on some sort of competitive team model? And the reason I say that is that the Davis way always seems to, what I hear about, and when you go to the campus, seems to talk a lot about opportunities for students to participate. And then most of the documents I'm reading on the decision seem to be centered on competitive teams being able to be competitive. And there are two very different philosophies on the campus. So I'm trying to get your...
But let me just assure you that when the decision was made, it was only with one thing, with one thought in mind, to really provide the best possible scenario for the athletics, for our athletics programs to continue in the Davis way.
And so that means that your decision would be based on allowing more students to participate in as many sports as possible, because that seems to be the Davis way.
Well, the decision I've made, first of all, let me just say a little bit about the process for the decision, because as the chancellor, my staff and I, at my level, made decisions about how to distribute cuts among the various colleges and units. And then I asked every dean and every director to work with their own teams, leadership teams, and their own constituencies, and then provide to me recommendations for their own cuts. And so I received those recommendations, and then I tried to make an assessment of whether it is a recommendation that I would support, and therefore eventually make the decision, as you suggested, that I'm responsible for all of these decisions. And that is the process also that we followed with athletics. And the recommendation that was given to me, I made the assessment that it was the best possible recommendation that I could accept at the president at that time, and that I did, and I supported, and I have been supporting it.
And we're going to go through that process a bit, but I think in the sentence that you've just mentioned, I think the key word that was lacking in terms of the process you just mentioned is the word students, and I'm just that provide 85% of.
In my mind, maybe I need to clarify. When I talk about constituencies, I mean students, I mean faculty, and I mean staff for every unit. Or in fact, in some units have constituencies outside of the university.
Right. Let's continue on some of the questions, but I just would like to just get your philosophy in terms of.
My philosophy is the university.
Meaning, let me try to summarize.
Very simple.
Yeah.
My philosophy is the campus philosophy.
Okay. And so if you had to pick between having a competitive team or having students with the opportunity to participate, what would you choose? What's the campus philosophy in that?
The campus philosophy is to have a program that allows the students, athletes, to have the opportunity to participate in the sports while at the same time they get the best possible academic education.
Great. So then I think what you're saying then is this is not driven by competition. This is something that's really driven by, as you've just mentioned, the ability to participate as student scholars.
Right.
Thank you. Let me ask you, you mentioned if we had not had the budget cuts that you've mentioned, would Davis, from your point of view, be adding more teams? Would it be limited by the physical constraints or monetary constraints? I mean, we hit a budget issue, but your philosophy would be to continue to grow sports teams, or do you believe we're at some limit now with 27 teams or now 23 teams?
You know, there is philosophy and there is reality. In an ideal world where there are no budgetary constraints, you would like to add every possible team that the campus would go for.
Sure.
But in this world, when we had to cut 20% in 1 year of our general funds budget, where 1,000 people have lost, we have eliminated 1,000 positions and hundreds have been laid off, families have been put in have been left without an income practically.
Right.
In this environment, I cannot see how we can add any sports.
And I guess is and I understand the budgetary constraints, but I guess what I'm trying to get is that do you see some sort of limit at this point, even if we didn't have budgetary constraints, to a 27-team campus?
I just want to go back and say there is no magic number about what is the optimum number of sports in an ideal world. What I'm saying, in a real world, your number of sports is limited by your ability to finance it.
Absolutely. And we'll get a little bit to the financing in a moment. Let's go over again, as I mentioned, the Davis Way is also predicated on these very core principles that continue to come up referendum after referendum, discussion after discussion with students or administrators. Do you have a good understanding of the 7 to 8
yes,
core
I have
principles?
them right here in front of me.
Okay. And you have them in front of you. Obviously not the first time you've read them, is that correct?
No, I have read them multiple times.
Okay. And what would you say? Are you in support of those? Or did you inherit them? Is it?
I just want to say, of course, when the 8 principles were put together, no one had any idea that the budget of the university would be cut this drastically in such a short period of time. In fact, I also have to say that I have been in 4 universities, and this is the first time that I have seen this major cut asked by the university to be performed that particular year. And I just wanted to put this on paper because it's not something that universities have. I have been asked in any of my previous positions to cut this size of the budget in such a short period of time. But in any case, talking about the 8 principles, when those were put in place, and I specifically am referring to one that talks about continuing to add sports. Obviously, at the time when those principles were put in place, there was this thought the university was blessed by very good funding by the state. And in my mind, if you ask me, I was not there when those discussions were taking place. But I don't believe people ever thought that our budget would have been cut by this substantive amount. To be able to put something there that says that the only way that they would see for the university is to keep adding sports.
And I guess it would lead, you continue to reference that we had no idea that indeed this would be one of those very, very bad years coming. But why didn't we make these cuts then last year? Then why are we making them this year? And last year we had a budget crisis of severe proportions, even one might say worse than a very big number. It was the same year you added a women's team. You didn't cut, you actually added a team. So, if I'm just looking at it from a legislator's point of view, you had a very, very bad year, a year worse than this year. In this particular year, you added a women's team.
Senator Flores,
today we find ourselves.
I can answer those questions.
Yeah,
like.
Anyone can answer them. Just give me your name. I'm just kind of wondering. We never would have imagined that we would put the core principles. Well, first let me say the core principles are only core principles, then, Chancellor, to you if we don't have a budget problem. Is that basically it? So the core principles mean something, but if we have a budget problem, they're out the door.
Not exactly. What I said.
Well, that's exactly what you told me.
I said that.
Tell me where I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. Well, I said that there is one particular core principle that tells me that at the time people put it together, did not think that the university will have this kind of serious budget cuts where we would have to lay off or to eliminate 1,000 staff positions and lay off hundreds of staff. Because I don't know how would people could think that we could lay off hundreds of people and yet keep adding sports.
So let me ask the athletic director, how do you do that knowing it was the worst budget year and yet you added a sport? Because the chancellor's saying, I don't know how anyone could do that, but yet you did it. So.
Well, that year wasn't.
Yeah.
That year wasn't the worst budget year for intercollegiate athletics. We were going through a 4-year transition, moving from Division Division 2 to Division 1. And going back to 2002, when those core principles were drafted, it was in the early stages of a campus discussion, and they were very philosophical. In fact, I personally drafted the first 7 principles.
Before you
I
go
can
there,
explain to you what number 5 means.
Okay, I'm not asking about number 5 yet. Let's set the parameter here, because you and I have had some interaction in other hearings. I'm going to ask you a question, and if you could answer it, and then we can have some continued conversation. So let's start with the question I just asked the Chancellor specifically. Last year, in 2009, we had one of the worst budget years in our history here in California. Yet you added a women's team. Why? That's it. That's the question. And then we'll go back to the principles.
Well, the process is about a 3 or 4 year process to add a team. And under prong 2 compliance...
Why isn't cutting a team a 3 or 4 year process then?
Well,
I think it's a fair question.
Let me go to prong 2 compliance,
Sure, go
which
ahead.
basically states that about every 3 to 4 years, you should be making movements towards adding a sport program. And we did that. In 1996, we added a number of programs. Again in 2000. Again in 2002, we added women's golf. So it was timely for us to start the process. And that process started about 2004, 2005, where we started to explore and look at other interests. Field hockey obviously had submitted proposals before, and there was discussion with field hockey again. So as we moved through the 7 and 8 academic year, that started to move forward. And yes, it was a difficult time, but we put the resources together without any new campus resources we used in intercollegiate athletics to add a women's sport in order to continue to comply with prong 2 and move towards prong 1 proportionality. And as you well know, Senator, you have to do that regardless of resources in order to become gender equitable. So we found the resources by cutting and moving different things and added the sports and continue to comply. Obviously, when later part of 7 and early 08 hit, the budget started to get even more problematic, meaning we would never be able to add another sport again.
Right.
And then with a huge budget cut and a deficit, we were left with no other options.
Right. Okay. That makes somewhat no sense to me, and so let me tell you why it makes no sense to me. In 2009, you could have pulled the plug on an additional women's team. Am I incorrect?
Describe that. Pulling a plug on an additional women's team?
Yes. The Chancellor just said, in a year where you're laying off folks, when the university is taking drastic cuts, you could have said, this is not the time to implement one more additional women's team. Is that correct?
We would have started to fall out of compliance with prong 2 if we hadn't added a women's team. That's been part of our gender equity plan, strategic, in place,
and
in
the
many
way that
minutes
you would have
and
been in
notes.
compliance if you had not added that additional team would have been to cut men's teams. Is that correct? In order to follow the proportionality rules under prong 1.
Some schools do.
And when you have a budget crisis and you can't afford a team, in fact, you're underwater, you're at $1.4 million deficit, you don't add a team and then keep men's teams exactly where they're at. What you do is you don't add the team and you cut men's teams to stay in proportion. So I'm wondering, why cut now at this point, 1 year later, 73, the largest women's team, the largest one, not the newest one, not the smallest one, but the largest, that then necessitates cutting men in a equal or somewhat equal proportion. I'm just not sure. I can see that you didn't know that in 2010, the Chancellor's saying that we going to have a crazy budget year, but in 2009 we had a crazy budget year. I'm just trying to understand why we would add then. I'm trying to follow the Chancellor's logic. You can't do things when you don't have money, and I'm just trying to understand why. Why is it that we added a team? Smaller team. One team is 1 year in existence, and now we're cutting a team that 3 years ago you told me at a hearing that has 73 members was kind of the way that UC Davis was moving towards. And because we cut that team, now we have to cut men's teams in a larger proportion.
If I may, Senator, Steve Drown, the Chief Campus Counsel.
Yeah.
You deal with this as a legislator. Each year is a different physical reality for the campus, dependent in great measure upon how much funding we get from the legislature. Mm-hmm. And each year it's kind of a question mark on how much money we're going to get from the legislature.
Can I ask a question about that, though?
Sure.
Who made that original agreement, the universities, in terms of those cuts that were agreed to? Did not the universities sit with the governor and agree to a plan that the universities and the governor agreed to in terms of what those cuts would look like over those years that the chancellor mentioned that she could not foreseen, but the rest of the legislature foresaw it because the University of California and the governor sat and and made an agreement outside of the legislature? I mean, that's my understanding of it. I was here, so I'm just trying to understand, the governor and the University of California and the California State University system, I believe, made an agreement. Isn't that correct in terms of what those cuts would look like? Now, it's not our fault the governor didn't pay it back, but I'm wondering why the agreement was made in the first place.
Well, if I may finish my comment,
sure.
And then I'd be happy to have Kelly Ratliff, our budget guru, sure. Address all things budget. The reality is that we do face different physical requirements each year, and it is variable. So 1 year of 08, 09 is a different circumstance than 09 and 10. Further, in 2009, primarily we were focused on prong 2 compliance. And again, as Director Orzeka was describing, it is a multi-year process for measuring interest in a sport and determining whether we can support the sport. And as he indicated, they did identify some resources that were available that year, unaware of the exact magnitude of any future budgets or how the economy might change. We were committed to adding a sport if we possibly could. And that's what occurred in 2009.
I get it, but I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Orzeka, how you find the resources a year ago, but yet the argument is we have to eliminate a $1.4 million deficit that's been in existence well beyond the 1 year. So I'm trying to understand why we would finance a new team, find money for the team, yet knowing, and the argument is we have to eliminate a deficit that is clearly was well beyond the 2009 year and probably transcended to 2006 or 2007. So why would we do that if we're in fiscal straits?
The deficit didn't accumulate to 1.4 million, Senator, until about 08, 09, earlier that time. So it was an accumulation of trying to judge the economy, try and judge the multiple revenue sources that we have in intercollegiate athletics and come up with a plan where you absolutely try to find the money. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, try and find a way to pay off rolling deficits. Mm-hmm. So again, to comply with Title IX, you have to find the money to, if it's prong 2 or prong 1 that you're shooting for, mm-hmm. certainly adding a sport was the right thing for us to do and at the perfect time. And it was showed continuing practice of adding opportunities for the underrepresented gender at the time. So it was the right move and it was the right sport. No one could have predicted the dramatic budget cuts that were going to come a year and a half or 2 years later. There's no way that you could have predicted that. Not in intercollegiate athletics, at least, right. Senator.
And how are you predicting our recovery? Because do you believe that the state budget that used to be $110 billion, now standing at somewhere near $75 billion, is never going to reach the $100 billion mark again?
Well, Kelly can answer that question for
it's a question. No, it's a question for you because
okay.
You are making predictions, as you've said, based on you had to judge the economy. And I'm asking you, when you make cuts, and you're making cuts, and you're standing and looking at the situation with a $75 billion roughly revenue issue for the state of California, how do you know that even in the slowest recovery, by the time the freshman swimmer, who's a male, doesn't have a team, by the time that he's a senior, that the state budget isn't $95 billion anymore, and that even at your static percentage that you don't have more money? even if you stayed at your static percentage?
Well, we're predicting that things will flatline, that we would have the money that we have in place, and of course, we're in need of making more cuts. We've made probably over $300,000 of a $400,000 cut that we need to make.
Does your model take into account growth?
Modest growth, yes. We have to fundraise probably in the vicinity of an additional $375,000, and therein lies the risk. So we're trying to pay off a deficit, fundraise more, and make cuts, and they have to be strategic cuts. And at the same time, some of our resources are restricted where we can't move the money around to cover other things. So it is a complicated budget. And
I understand, but your athletic department, you're now telling me that given your prediction for very static or flat growth 4 years from now, that your athletic program is based on that particular model, where we're going to be looking at fundraising as a way to get us through these next 4 years until the economy at least gets us back up to a $85 billion. I mean, this is what the UCLA forecast says. I mean, we are going to have some recovery at some point. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And what happens to your sports program? Is it then based on the fundraising number you've just mentioned in order to survive?
Well, I'll turn it over to Kelly, but I'll answer your question first.
Sure.
Revenue is a mixture of a lot of things, Senator.
It's
ticket sales, it's corporate sponsorships, it's fundraising, it's generating revenue, events, and so those are in place. We're doing extremely well compared to 70 other institutions that are public like ourselves that compete at this type of level of football.
And all of the things you've just mentioned, let me read you one of the core principles you said you were part of drafting. 7. Permanent core funding must come from students and the institution rather than from a dependency on external sources. That's your core principle, and you've just mentioned to me right now that, in essence, you're relying on all of those external sources. So I'm just kind of wondering, how does that match up with your core principle?
Well, I didn't say we were totally relying on it.
You said it's a mixture of a lot of things.
A mixture of a lot of things. We're trying to get the next 3 years because there's not going to be any new funding. And again, the core principle is philosophical. And one of the problems with the core principles is they never really went through a budget analysis or anticipated a major financial crisis like the University of California is having. And so when we have to make these cuts, we have to try and rely on some other sources, or we probably would have been dropping more sports, would have been catastrophic. So our whole strategy was to minimize the impact and try and get back to, many times I said publicly that it looked bad, but we finally got back to 4 sports. And I know that that's terrible to drop 4 sports, but it could have been much worse. And we're taking a lot of risk to move forward by doing that.
Yeah. So, and I wasn't being facetious about this, the core principles only mean something when you have money. Is that correct?
They're a philosophical driver to how you run your program. And in 2002, they were well set for us making the transition. And 8 years later, they have to become flexible. During a financial crisis, a lot of things have to be flexible, whether it's UC or the state of California.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your understanding of the core principles. So the core principles are flexible core principles.
At this point in a financial crisis, yes.
Okay.
And if I may, just on the core principles, again, this is Steve Brown, the Chief Campus Counsel. It's always been recognized by the campus that the core principles are principles. We make every effort to ascribe to them. Circumstances permit. We would not want to violate them and wish them to be inviolate, but they're not. They're principles. And that was recognized all along. It was recognized in the UC Davis self-certification study to the NCAA when we were transitioning from Division II to Division I. And in that self-certification study, we described the process that would be followed by the university in the event we had to modify some of the core principles or not comply with some of the core principles. So it's always been recognized that they're important. In fact, there's an important process that needs to be followed in order to modify those principles.
But
and we followed those.
I understand. But part of the process you just mentioned also requires certain procedural conditions. Is that correct? So if you had to make a change, does not the students have to approve those? Students get to approve it? you have a committee
If
to
you're
do that?
referring to the student initiatives, we were very cognizant of those student
Right, and
initiatives.
were the core principals part of both student initiatives?
They were not part of the initiative. They were not part of what was voted on by the students. If you look at the ballot and what the students voted on, it's not part of them. There's some background material, and it describes what those principles are.
Were they in your marketing material for those initiatives? And please, I'd really like to know your opinion on that and how this was sold. Were they in your marketing?
Actually, I was not part of that process. I just don't have information on that. I don't have information on that issue.
Okay. Well, then we really can't say that what the students voted on, and in many cases, I mean, I think students voted to move, my view only, talking to a few students, they moved to vote on two initiatives where the core principles were very much a part of the discussion.
They're absolutely referenced, but if you look at the ballot,
Yeah.
they're not part of the ballot and what was voted on. It speaks for itself.
That's a thin line we're walking on here. So the students, we may have marketed to the students that if you move to Division 1, that, let me just use your second core principle. Admissions and graduation standards must in no way be specially altered or amended for student athletes. So probably students voting to move to Division 1 would probably want to make sure that was in stone. And I think what you're saying today is it's flexible. Right?
It depends on whether there's exigent circumstances, Senator.
And you think the students would have voted for it if they had known that some athletes would get preferential treatments in the admission and graduation standards? Do you think it would have even passed?
I can't speculate as to that.
I can tell you it wouldn't have.
Well, may I?
Yeah, sure.
May I?
Absolutely.
Again, they're described as principles, things that we wish to ascribe to in our transition from Division 2 to Division 1. That's what they are. And again, the university has described a process that in an eventuality, in a circumstance that merits modification of those principles,
I understand.
it goes to the Council of Deans and Vice Chancellors for review, advice, and approval.
Well, I'm looking at
They're
your
not taken lightly.
Yeah. Well, I guess not, because I'm looking at your campus initiative expansion document where the description is in Part A. The 7 principles will be observed in our Division 1 program. It doesn't say may, might. If there's a budget crisis, it says 7 principles will be observed in our Division 1 program, and it lays out all of the principles. And so I'm not quite sure if we're either going to follow the principles or not, but I'm kind of wondering why the principles would be sold on the initiative on page 3 of the campus expansion initiative, and yet you're telling me that somehow those students, it's not important. It's not important. But let's keep moving on. I'd like to go over a few more things if I could. Did you want to talk about the budget before we move on to?
Well, it's up to you. If you would like to restate the question you had about the budget process, but you were speaking some about the speculation and growth of the budget.
Yeah, where are we going to be in 10 years? What's the University of California think? You're the budget person, so where are we going to be?
So as a budget person, we make plans and assumptions.
Sure.
As it relates to the state of California, something like the UCLA economic report is something that we look at.
Sure.
But as you also know, here we are on July 12th, and in fact we're 12 days into our fiscal year and we don't yet have a budget.
Yes.
And so while we are always making assumptions and looking to all the available information, and as we project out 10 years, we're making choices and decisions and plans about will the student body remain flat? Will we grow the number of students?
Yes.
We have a compact with the state of California that hasn't been adhered to, and that compact would have called for funding for the additional students that we've taken. On our campus, over 2,000 students that are now being served and provided an education were not funded by the state of California.
Right.
That on top of very significant budget challenges and the absence of state funding for very real cost increases like retirement system contributions.
Right.
So as we look ahead 10 years, I know a couple things for certain. One is the university has to grapple with very significant and real challenges in its retirement system.
Right.
The university will continue to provide access to students under the Master Plan of Education, and it will likely do this without full support of the state at whatever level of recovery.
Right.
So therefore, we look to the rest of the sources, as you see in your in the budget background material, and we rely on other sources in the pie, and we make our best projections about what the likelihood is of growth in those sources, and we put together a budget. We rely on folks at the programmatic level to think about the program revenues that they're closest to. So in the case of Director Warzeka, NC2A revenues, he's in the best position to project those. We're in the best position to give him advice about the state budget. And our advice right now, given what we see about the state budget, is don't assume any other dollars. There may be recovery in the state, but there is absolutely no agreement that any of those funds will flow to the university. And in fact, we've had multiple compacts with multiple governors that have not been adhered to. And so our working assumption, and in the sorts of materials that we provide, indicates that folks should assume that we have a static or declining amount of state revenue.
Got it. Got it. Is the University of California hiring administrators under this very static process as we speak?
The University of California is making decisions about positions. So we represented to you the number of staff positions that have been eliminated. We are doing some very selective hiring of faculty.
Right.
We still are educating students. We are educating more students, again, than we've been funded for. And so we are continuing to hire faculty, and in some cases, people are replacing positions that have been lost. Those might be administrative positions. They might be positions that are directly supporting the academic mission. They might be service positions in the dining commons, for example.
Got it. Yeah. So you have decisions to make on the money that you have today as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Let's thank you. Let's go, if we could, to a few more questions, if I could. So let me ask the athletic director, since you were here. So in other words, going back to the core principles, your rendition of the core principles are then that they're flexible. And so in other words, here are our core principles, but only if we can afford them. Is that where we're at? So I can get a very clear.
Well, there's 8 of them, Senator, as you well know.
Yeah, there's 8.
So while we look at the principles, there's a couple there that stand out for everybody, of course. And the one has to do about tiering, and the one has to do about adding sports and being a broad-based program. When that principle was written, it was number 5 in 2002, again, we were in prong 2 compliance mode and clearly understood that we were going to add sports. And we had an opportunity to do so in 2002, and we knew we would do it again probably later in 2006 or 2007. And so that's why that core principle was written there, because we were prong 2 compliance. As now we've moved towards prong 1 compliance, that's why I would say, is that being flexible, or is that just complying with federal law, which is what we're doing right now? One might say we're being flexible, but federal law really dictated us on that situation. The question you raised.
Can I ask a question then, just on that point as you progress? So I want to make sure we catch it, though. You were mentioning that at that time you were in prong 2.
Yes.
Is that right? But I'm looking at the recent United States Court of Appeal Ninth Circuit decision, and I'll just read from it. It says, "We conclude the undisputed facts fall short of demonstrating University of California Davis compliance with either facet of prong 2." So how we're in prong 2, yet the appellate court says and finds that you're not. So
I'll turn that one over to legal counsel because that was overturned.
This is over the appellate.
No, if I may.
February 8th, 2010.
If I may.
Absolutely.
Thank
you got
you.
the microphone.
Thank you. Just a brief overview, and we actually have the counsel that represented the university in that litigation in the audience, so she can come up if I've missed a point that's important. But it's important to understand the procedural context of that case, which is still ongoing. It's been returned to the trial court.
Okay.
Recall that at the trial court level, the trial court ruled in favor of the university's summary judgment motion. Summary judgment is based on a consideration by the court. This is the standard. Considering all facts in the light most beneficial to the moving party or the opposing party, do they have a case? The court in that the district court in that case ruled on a procedural issue, regrettably in retrospect, but we can't control what the court does. Court ruled on a procedural issue rather than the other grounds that we put forward. That procedural issue went to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal for review. The Ninth Circuit rejected that rationale by the district court and returned it to the district court for further hearing. In the Ninth Circuit's opinion, it took the liberty of reviewing the facts, and again, the standard is viewed most favorably to the non-moving party. So no, argument had been put forward. It was reciting facts and statements in a light most relevant to the non-moving party. That's what's included in the Ninth Circuit's decision.
Got it. So the Ninth Circuit
They did not rule on our prong 2 compliance.
Okay, I guess I'm reading. Let me read it to you again. I'm sorry.
I've read the decision very carefully.
Right. So they didn't. So you're saying that
they did not make
moving. It's a moving. UCD has moved for summary judgments on the grounds that the record demonstrated a history and continuing practice of program expansion for women that satisfied option 2 of the Part 3 test.
They declined.
Right underneath that says we conclude that the undisputed facts fall short of demonstrating UCD's compliance with either facet of option 2. So
they were ruling on summary judgment. So they returned it to the trial court for a full hearing.
So what's the decision at this point in time, right now, as we said? That you're not in compliance, correct?
No, that's incorrect. There's been no decision
because you're challenging it, right? Because you're moving.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Incorrect. The trial court has ruled in the university's favor.
Great.
The Ninth Circuit has overturned the trial court's decision and returned it to the trial court for further deliberation. There is no decision in the case. And the discussion you were just citing
yes.
was based on a summary judgment motion. It's not based on the facts and arguments in the case. It's a summary judgment motion. They said, no, we're not going to give you an early off-ramp. We need to take facts, and this needs to go to trial. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so are you compliant with prong 2? That's a tougher question and an easier question to ask.
The issue, if I may,
sure.
Again, we believe we are.
Okay.
We're compliant with both prong 2 and prong 1.
Okay.
The issue before the trial court that's sort of interesting, I think, is whether the university was in compliance with Title IX during the 1980s and 1990s. It's sort of a historical review.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Let's get to the cutting of the teams. I think maybe enough on the core principles. The elimination of the 4 sports teams, and the chancellor's mentioned this was her decision. Chancellor, is it conclusive? Are we done? Is this the final decision? We're not going back. It's July 12th or 11th or something of that sort? 12th? And we are 11 days into the implementation of your decision. Is this something that we can't go back on, we can't reverse, we're not going to change, there's no situation to allow for a different decision?
In my mind, that was the best possible decision we could make for the ICA, so it is final.
Okay. And again, was that due to fiscal concerns or an effort to meet the provisions of Title IX? Which one?
The whole effort to cut started out of the budgetary crisis, and only because of that.
Mm-hmm. And what's the interplay from...
The $1.8 million that I assigned and my team to ICA was primarily triggered and was made because of the cuts.
Okay. Because of the cuts and fiscal concerns, so let's go over that a little bit. So the fiscal rationale for the cutting of the sports teams, how much of this centers on the $1.4 million deficit that is talked about in most of the documentation?
So in every, you need to understand that we have to cut $228 million
sure.
for the last 2 years plus next year. And when we look at assigning cuts to the various units, all right, the basis, so we have a whole process that we follow to make the assignments of these. That I have, in fact, I don't know whether you have that piece of paper in front of you, but we have assigned cuts to a number of units. And athletics, as a matter of fact, is the one before the last one. The last one is library with 1.7 million. Athletics is 1.8.
Is the library funded by student fees?
The library is funded by state funds.
Right, and this program is 85% funded by students.
Well, the library is important to students as well, as you know. I mean,
Right.
it is a critical
No, I understand. I'm
component
just
of
saying
the academic mission. So
I'm just saying when you're cutting, there's also a component that never changes, and that is the fact that from an athletic point of view, the student body funds.
yeah. And
this
that
program.
happens in many other programs, as a matter of
Yes.
fact, I may want to say.
Right.
There are many academic programs that are funded primarily by student fees.
Right. Are they on that list?
Pardon me?
Are they on that list?
Yes, they are here, but they're under schools, colleges, and divisions.
Okay.
So they're not, but we can provide that information to you. So it's not the only one. And we followed the same process for all of these
Okay.
when the cuts were assigned.
Okay.
So those cuts were assigned primarily because of the goal. I did not come to the University of California, Davis to cut anything, as a matter of fact. I was hoping that I could build something.
So does
I
everybody
was
come to the
coming here.
legislature? We probably feel the same way.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Beyond that, after this cut was assigned, all of the units were asked to follow a process. And they were asked to follow the right process for themselves. And they were asked to bring their recommendations forward for final approval by me. And that was exactly the same process that was asked of athletics.
Okay. How did Davis accumulate a $1.4 million deficit?
I would turn it to Greg.
Moving through the transition of those 4 years and having shortfalls at times with the economy and
What were
not
those-
hitting our targets of revenue, ticket sales, some shortfalls in those areas. Also, a big decision with the NCAA on the timeliness of their revenue distribution. We were one of 3 school senators to make the first transition from Division II to Division I after the moratorium was lifted. So we were a test case. And while all of the good work was done with the NCAA, and the NCAA provided the information to the best of their abilities, they decided to delay a revenue distribution to us for 1 year, which caught all 3 schools by surprise and created deficits in all 3 of those schools in our budget programming.
Right. So was going to Division I a mistake?
No, absolutely, it was the right move for the university.
Okay. How do those two statements work then? It was the right move because it was good for the university, but the right move, it created deficits that'll, in essence, just decimate the Davis way, which is, as Chancellor said earlier, more participation of students in activities. So we have to cut because we have a deficit. Chancellor said we're cutting because of fiscal issues. You just mentioned 3 or 4 issues that are Division I related. We then now have a deficit, so now we're cutting programs in order to deal with the deficit, and those programs impact 131 athletes. So I'm just trying to understand how that is a good thing. How does Division I work with the Davis way if indeed it's less participation for students who would like to participate in sports programs?
Well, I can answer your question by going back to the initial rationale, which made all the sense in the world, to be able to use a grant and aid program to recruit academically talented students who also had athletic ability to come to UC Davis. For years, we were starting to lose great students to other institutions over modest amounts of aid. And leaving the Division II world, we were having a very difficult time finding competition opportunities to compete against in-state. A number of our sports were losing Division II competition. We already had women's gymnastics and wrestling at the Division I level. We moved all of the other programs up to Division I for all the right reasons, but obviously 8 years later, no one could forecast a financial crisis like this. Neither can a lot of other schools who've gone through this similar situation. The most difficult situation is to reduce opportunities and have to make cuts in sports. But we still still have a broad-based program, 23 sports, a fantastic Division I program that continues to move through, even though we've just got the requisite amount of budget in place to make this move. And we feel good about where we're at and the quality of students we can recruit to UC Davis.
So tell me why we've accumulated again the $1.4 million deficit. Is it programming money, scholarship money? What has created the deficit?
Well, I think the answer to that is that while you make cuts, there's sometimes some uncontrolled expenses that pop up. Insurance, for one example, has gone up and up and up for catastrophic injuries, for just normal athletic injuries.
Insurance cost?
Insurance costs, travel costs.
What's added more to the deficit, the travel cost, the insurance cost, or the football team? I mean, it's a serious question. I'd like to know the specifics of that. What is added more to the deficit?
Greg, if I recall, the 1-year delay in the NCAA revenue distribution, I think, was close to $800,000 or $900,000, if I'm not mistaken.
$739,000.
Okay, $739,000.
So, most of it then is to do with the Division I issue of the NCAA.
It had to do with that $750,000 in delayed revenue distribution to us. Yes, and that's a tough hold to pull
And delay
ourselves
means
out
you're
of.
never going to get it?
We received it about a year later, but it left a $750,000 hole in the 07-08 budget.
Uh-huh. But you got the money back. I'm just cash to
Now,
cash.
each year there's a revenue distribution from the NCAA, and the way we read the NCAA requirements and regulations, as did all the other schools that were transitioning from Division II to Division I, is that we would be receiving that revenue distribution in our first year of Division I competition. The NCAA ruled differently and declined our appeal on that issue, but our budget projections were based on including that revenue for that year.
Did every single school miss that mark that moved to Division I?
For this last, after the moratorium ended.
When you entered in Division I, did every single school face the same?
There was only 3 that made that move initially. And I'm not sure of the schools that followed us. There was about 5 others that followed us, and I'm not quite sure how that got resolved. But the NCAA had to rewrite their book on revenue distribution because the language was so poorly written.
So it's our bad fortune then that we didn't have the revenue.
That's the university's perspective. We felt we were entitled to it and we had banked on it. In fact, we had received representations from the NCAA that we would be getting it, and so we based our budget projections on that.
And who ultimately then pays for that type of miscalculation?
Well, we appealed all the way to the Division I Board of Directors of the NCAA.
Yeah, but you lost. But who pays now? Who pays for that
It
decision?
left a hole in the intercollegiate athletic budget, a deficit.
All right. And it was no fault to the university. It was the NAACP's, NCAA's fault, correct?
Yes, and we've tried to the best of our abilities, to reduce that deficit, and have not because of continuing budget cuts from the last 2 years. So it just sits there. And without making any moves right now with this type of a budget cut for 10 and 11, our deficit probably would have gone over $2 million.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why
We have to balance the budget, Senator.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the students have to pay that penalty. They pay 85% already. I mean, why do they have to pay the penalty of that?
May I say?
Yeah.
The students have paid a great deal of penalty because of the cuts we've made.
Right.
We are focusing only on one, and I understand the pain, but I can tell you each one of these lines that you see here with multi-million-dollar cuts have impacted the students greatly.
Yeah.
And so that's what is happening.
I understand. But this was specifically a $700,000 plus penalty because of the move to Division I that students are paying with less participation at this point in time. This is what we're arguing, correct? I mean, we're arguing that we have to make up a deficit of 1.4. We have an additional hole of 2.4. We have an additional problem of $400,000 we don't know how to solve yet. And a good portion of that is this penalty that we didn't get the money. We thought we were going to get the money. And the students pay for it. Anybody get fired for that? Does any administrators get let go because of a bad decision or the ability to appeal and get the money back? Or do the 131 athletes have to pay the price?
To be clear,
Yeah.
as we look again at the pie of resources available to the university, we make a lot of projections, as does the state or anybody who's in the business of budgeting.
But could the university not help in that regard? The university spent $1 million on bottled water last year, is my last look. I'm just wondering, could the university not have stepped in and to save 130 at the university level? I mean, that was real cost. It was real. I mean, bottled water. I mean,
if I may, there are many, many examples. And so in the case of the athletics program, this unexpected, they set their budget. This is what units do. You set your budget with an expectation of what revenues you're going to receive, and you make your decisions and you spend the money. This decision came very late. Similar things happen to other units, and those units are asked to make the choices and decisions and to bear the pain, as it were. Yeah. In our vet med teaching hospital, you may have read some of the recent news articles about that. They have assumptions and many years of history about the sorts of revenue that they generate in those programs. With the economy being what it is, those revenues have been substantially less. And the staff and faculty in the vet med teaching hospital have been subject to a much greater degree of cut than other academic programs. We must be fiscally responsible. We must live within our means. And when our means change, either because we didn't completely have the right information about the ground rules, or maybe we made a bad assumption, that may call for one kind of action, or the rules change, as in the case of the state government, where last September, we received our budget for the current fiscal year, and we found out that it was significantly less than we had been planning on for a year that had begun several months before. Circumstances change, and in these environments, we routinely ask the units to make those choices because we have to find a way to live within our means.
Right, but you find a way to live within your means, but you also recognize that at times these types of things happen where you have NCAA decides not to pay on time or decides to pay late, and we have a structural deficit moving forward. Isn't the University of California at the president's office level able to help accommodate when you're going to lose 131 athletes as the rationale? And the reason I say that is that, you have lawsuits, right? Sometimes, things happen, right? You get sued, you settle. We just settled wrestling for $750 million. That would have wiped out $750,000. That would have wiped out this entire deficit. So, the units are held responsible to live within their means, but when the units lose $750 million due to a wrestling, $750,000 due to a wrestling issue, this would have more than made up the deficit. So why aren't they held accountable then at that point in time? Why are they held harmless? Where does the money come from, the $750,000 when the wrestling program is settlement under Title IX? Where's that money come from? Why are they then? University blinks and says, well, we had to settle, but the university comes to you and says, hey, NCAA didn't give us our money in time. You say, hey, tough. All units have to deal with it. All units have to deal with it. I don't get it.
There are many, many different circumstances. Absolutely. And my examples.
And there's a lot of flexibility for you guys, right? Right?
There are choices.
There are flexibility.
There are choices that are made.
Right.
In the case of the wrestling settlement, the university is insured, as are all major organizations. We make choices to be sure, but as you mentioned, sort of appealing to the Office of the President, if you want to see the impact here at $228 million for a single campus, as we roll these things up to the entire university, the numbers are much larger, and the numbers of lost positions and impacts are much greater.
Yeah.
And in fact, again, these cuts, as devastating as they are coming on top of other circumstances which are also devastating. And it's the cumulative impact and the speed at which these changes have been coming that has created sort of a layering of effect here, and there's many hard choices being made.
I understand. But I'm not sure, as in the case of, I won't even use your university. I'll use one of my universities, Fresno State. where you have, how many millions dollars?
It's like 20, 30.
$20, $30 million or something in settlements, and somebody's paying for that. Title IX settlements, and someone's paying for that, correct? You're saying it's insurance, but at some point in time, people are paying for that. I guess my question is, how does the university allow those people to continue to come to work the next day? Because I'm not sure how people lose that much money in any corporation and come back and say, I'm still in charge. It's just a simple question. I think most Californians would say, how do you do that? In this case, where you have saw $750,000 go out the door on a settlement, and we say, well, we're paying insurance on it, but yet you don't have the NCAA doesn't pay $745,000, or they're late on that payment. I mean, why can't the University of California's President's Office step in and help, so we wouldn't have to be forced to this decision at this point in time? Why couldn't they? The President's Office doesn't have the discretionary funds. Let me ask you, the Chancellor, what's your reserve? What's your reserve right now? And you have a budget problem. What's your reserve?
This year, probably very little.
What is it?
Probably my own discretionary money will be now much less than $1 million.
Okay, that's your discretion. What's the reserve for the university? What's the reserve?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the Chancellor has a discretionary $1 million.
It's much less than that right now.
Okay, much less. What's the reserve for the university? Your university.
The reserve for our university, budgeted for the year just ending 2009-10, is $16.9 million.
$16.9 million.
That's a contingency against an organization that's $2.95 billion in total.
I get it. What's the contingency for? What kind of things? Unforeseen? NCAA doesn't pay?
No, for example,
what happens? What's the contingency for? Tell me what the contingency is for.
The contingency in recent years has been used for a number of things. In the most recent years, it's been used to mitigate some of the budget reductions. Mm-hmm. So in the year just ended, we found out in very late notice $82.5 million in state budget cuts to this university. Mm-hmm. That's not enough money to make a dent. Mm-hmm. But we did deploy some of that reserve to help create a transition. Mm-hmm. Because, again, in many cases, you could make the cuts immediately, but there are better choices to be made, and if you can transition some of those things, those are some of the choices. We have capital projects. Until recently, capital projects, the environment was such that there were major cost overruns, and the university was continuing to build space to accommodate students, to deliver instructional programs and the like, and funds were used for those purposes. Those are but two examples.
Mm-hmm. So you have $16.9 million in reserve, and you have a $1.4 billion deficit. That's less than 0.5%, that you were wiping out 131 athletes due to the fact, and the rationale, as the Chancellor said, is of fiscal nature. Is that correct? So we couldn't.
I need to remind you, we have a $228 million shortfall. The 16.9 is but a fraction of the $228 million shortfall, and we have over 1,062 staff and academic employees that have either lost their job or had permanent reductions in time, or positions have been eliminated.
Right.
On top of furloughs, where most faculty and staff are paying have pay reductions in the range of 4 to 10% that generated $32 million. The reserve would have only bought out half of that, and you'd be down to no reserve.
No, I understand.
And we're facing a major shortfall in our retirement system, which is an obligation we have as a university, and we're going to maintain for our faculty and staff who have dedicated their careers to the university.
Yeah.
Those are, again, but a few examples.
I understand. But do you tell that to folks who you're settling with because of some other contingency? I mean, a contingency fund is a contingency fund, correct? I mean, you have all those outstanding obligations, and you have a contingency fund for a reason.
We have a contingency fund to be fiscally prudent and maintain the quality of the university for all of its constituents.
So fiscally prudent isn't allowing, due to no fault of the University of California at Davis, a decision by the NCAA. That's not a contingency fund type of request. Can you send me all your contingency? We'll send you a letter, but we'd sure like to see all the things you do pay out of that fund. It would be interesting to go through and see if indeed they are all those types of items that you've mentioned, and none of them fall into within this special types of categories. It would be really interesting to see that. So maybe we'll request that. We actually would like to see it too. We'd like to go through that and see exactly what is being spent. Correct. And it is true that the University of California did spend $1 million on bottled water. That would have more than made this up. That's correct?
No, I'm sure I could go back and check the purchasing system and determine how much money is being spent on bottled water and from what sources. That's absolutely information I could gather, but I don't.
I'd like the
to be a fact.
specifics of the. I'd like the specific expenditures of the contingency
Right. The contingency fund is not being used to purchase bottled water.
I didn't say it was.
Right.
I'd like to know what it is spending on. That would be very interesting to look at it.
I was just trying to create the separation as well. We were speaking about two different things.
Okay. Let's go on in terms of the football team, in terms of the operating deficit. And I'm not picking on the football team. I'm just trying to understand whether football's profitable or not, whether it's self-sustaining, whether it some of the programs were cut. I assume were cut because they weren't self-sustaining. Is the football team self-sustaining? Is it a...
Well, Senator, we play in what's called the Football Championship Subdivision, which is a cost containment Division I subdivision, very much unlike the Bull subdivision, which you're familiar with at UCLA and Berkeley and whatnot. So when we look at our expenditures, when you also take a percentage of some of the revenue that the sport brings in, whether it's some marketing money from radio and TV, whether it's something with corporate sponsorships, it gets very close to breaking even, depending on how you would look at the head coach. The head coach is a tenured faculty member at the university. If you include his salary, which is very unique in college football today, there's probably a $200,000 shortfall, but it's certainly not in the millions like you read about in the newspapers. So our football program does well, brings notoriety to the university, and it is just like the rest of the sports, where if you ran each sport budget like a business, you wouldn't see a profit in any of the sports.
Gotcha. But the football team isn't being cut, though, correct?
If you dropped an entire football program, yes, that would be a big cut.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering in terms of the underfunded aspects of this. Now, there's an additional $400,000 that's continually to be talked about within the budget problem in terms of the ICA program. So what is the $400,000? How do you plan to address that, and how do you get to that? Because it seems to be make reference to we're not quite sure how we get there yet, but we're going to. So how do you plan to get to that?
We've done a lot of good work there. Laid off some part-time staff, shifted funds for part-time coaches that are seasonal in nature, trying to fundraise for those positions. Obviously cut where we could in some staffing areas of support. We've already reduced many of our unit budgets, like marketing, promotions, or development, or academic advising, to bare bones, so we don't have much more to cut. Our promotions budget in intercollegiate athletics, for example, is $40,000. It's been cut down to that amount over the years, where if you look at a budget at Berkeley, that budget is probably $900,000. So there's no savings to be cut in some of the unit areas. So with some departures, every time staff leaves, we open up the position and leave it open, save money, and then we rehire at a lower level if it's a needed position, strategic to our support. We've also done some internal things across campus to save money, partnering ships with others, especially with the way we might go about staffing security at home events. That's easily the savings of about $50,000 or $60,000. So through some nice efforts, we're already at about $300,000. We've got another 100 to cut.
And at the 100 to cut, tell me, you mentioned the positions that remain open. So as things remain open, how many administrators within the athletic department have actually been cut? In other words, have been reduced. You're reducing 22% of your athletes. What's the corresponding cut to? It seems work equals work, so I'm just trying to understand, has there been any cuts in terms of the administrators? What percentage?
Well, we furloughed, and those were a percentage of salaries, so that saved a tremendous amount of money.
Right. Furlough means you still have your job, correct?
Yes, people got cut.
Okay.
Salaries.
Gotcha.
So we're also, as Kelly said, taking on new expenses. We've had to pay 4% into retirement for all staff.
Right.
The positions we have, though, Senator, we've gone through the transition, which when we submitted our proposals for a coaching staff plan and for a support structure for intercollegiate athletics, it was all reviewed on campus and with the NCAA and with the Big West Conference. And the determining factor was that we were putting together a very modest support structure requisite of trying to handle all of the idiosyncrasies of intercollegiate athletics, whether it's certifying eligibility and compliance, whether it's providing proper academic advising for student athletes. All those positions have to be in place, or the structure crumbles and we run into problems. We also have to have certain budgetarians that meet university policies and procedures, federal guidelines for monitoring of grants and aid. There really is no other person that we can discontinue at this point. We've looked at that.
Okay, so you've looked at every facet and every corner of saving money. You heard me mention about the reserve fund. Do you, as the AD, have a discretionary fund?
Nope, nothing.
Nothing in your discretionary fund?
No.
Okay. And why is 3 years the magic number? You keep making reference, or folks keep making reference, in your memo to the Vice Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor's memo to the Chancellor, continue to talk about we will get at this thing in 3 years. Why is 3 years the magic number? I mean, what's so locked in stone about 3 years that we couldn't have made this 6 years or 7 years or stretched this out in a way that may have saved a team or two?
Well, it goes back to running deficits. And with student fees, those fees sit in an account. And if the account is running a surplus, it generates interest. And the interest goes back to the student fee that created the interest. Right. And if you're running a deficit of $1.4 million, you're not generating any interest. And for us, that's a loss of about $150,000. So for us to reduce and eliminate the deficit as quickly as possible, then those accounts can start generating interest again.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand that a bit. So you're saying that in order to generate the $100,000 of interest, that you're going to instead cut the program? I'm not sure.
There's many cuts that we've made. Yeah. We're trying to move the budget forward, and at the same time, with these cuts and additional cuts, balance the budget. And right now, we're very close to balancing the 10 and 11 budget. We're also trying to pay off some of the $1.4 million, which the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Wood has given me 3 years to do. So by 13-14, their expectation is that that $1.4 million is paid off and that we are fiscally solvent. That's the directive I have to respond to.
Okay, so that's the answer I was looking for. So you were directed to and given a mandate of 3 years. And has that 3-year goal contributed to pressures to eliminate the sports teams on campus from your point of view?
No, we would have never survived unless we made this cut. We would have, right now today, probably the deficit would have grown to well over $2 million, and I don't know how we would have gotten out of that hole.
And what was the deficit in 2009?
At the start of this 2009-10 academic year, if that's your question, it built to 1.4 during this last academic year.
Okay. How about the year before that? What was the deficit, roughly?
I don't have that information in front of me, but it clearly was approaching 1.1 million. I'm hesitant to take a guess.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you were under significant budget pressures last year and the year before, right?
Well, it determines significant. Right now, I would categorize it as catastrophic versus significant budget pressures previously.
Well, let me use your numbers. 1.1, 1.4, hovering around $1 million in that deficit. So again, I asked the question, why add women's field hockey when there was a deficit that you were concerned with? I mean, what did women's field hockey not add to the deficit? I'm trying to understand what you add when you have bad years and what you cut when you have bad years. I'm trying to make some sense of both of those.
The deficit from the NCAA was created after we added, well on our way to adding women's field hockey, because it was added the year to recruit student athletes and to hire a staff, and then the following year they actually competed.
Okay. And does it concern you that in 1 year you add women's field hockey and then the very next year you're proposing to eliminate women's rowing. How does that trade-off work?
It concerns me to drop any sports, Senator.
Right, but you're doing it, so I'm just asking, the fiscal crisis at this point has been mentioned has pushed you to eliminate the largest women's program, which necessitated the elimination of 3 men's sports. So does that, I mean, were those the right choices from your perspective? I know that in most of the documentation you're saying we save more women's programs, more sports, if
Yes.
you will, by taking a larger. So was the criteria simply you find the largest women's sports and you cut it, and then you deal with the corresponding cuts for men?
Well, anytime, for all of our legal advice that we get, anytime you add a sport or drop a sport, you have to pay attention to Title IX and how it affects you on a number of different fronts.
Right.
And so while it's wonderful to add sports, and you do so to comply with Title IX, in this situation, the same held true. In a fiscal crisis and our need to discontinue some sports, Title IX came into play. And clearly, one of the issues that was discussed is trying to minimize the impact on a number of teams. And so clearly, from some of the modeling that we did, you would see that in order to compensate for women's crew, we would have had to drop 3 women's sports in order to get to Title IX compliance.
Okay.
And that would have been catastrophic on 3 different coaching staffs, 3 different sets of student athletes.
Right.
It would have been very sad.
What if you had picked if from a proportion point of view only, from a prong 1 point of view, if you will, and given the court case and what if you had picked the smallest women's team to cut? Would you then have not have cut 3 men's teams, maybe 1 men's, 1-to-1? I mean, was there a bit different way to approach that rather than the largest women's team, which necessitated some sort of an equivalent proportionality with men? Could you just pick the smallest women's team, so therefore maybe only 1 men's program, 1-to-1 would have been affected versus 1 team to 3?
Well, it's a hard question to answer because different factors come into place. And when we were looking at which sports, the 13 sports, we did a lot of mixing and matching of different sports. And one, you're looking at different financial savings. I mean, clearly everybody can see that from the models that have been submitted. But you also have to look at how it affects the grant and aid program. And another part of the financial requirement in Title IX is to ensure that as you move forward with the grant and aid program, you're making an an expenditure in grant and aid that's within 1% of your female student athletes. And so for many institutions to comply with prong 1 on the proportionality side and comply with the financial requirement of the grant and aid on the 1% side is very, very difficult, and a number of legal experts have already stated that. We are in compliance on both those issues in Title IX, and there are not many institutions that are.
Right. Let me ask a question about the actual deliberative process that was gone through. You mentioned the region, the cuts, and I'm wondering, was this a conclusion that the administration, your administration, the chancellors, I mean, this has been talked about, so extensively. It seemed to move very quickly. I think you heard me at the very beginning. Was it not moving quickly? Does it just seem like it was moving very quickly? Because I have a letter from a memo from you to the Vice Chancellor, and it's a pretty extensive memo, and you lay out all the things that you've just mentioned here pretty succinctly in terms of why we have to do this. It was dated April 14th, and you sent it to the Vice Chancellor, Fred Wood, on April 14th, and he wrote a letter to the Chancellor April 15th, which was like the next day, which to me it seems to make a recommendation to the Vice Chancellor on such a big decision overseeing student affairs would take at least a couple of days to think about and read, but to turn around a letter 24 hours later right to the Chancellor saying, here's our recommendation. I mean, was this always this process between the AD and the Vice Chancellor, student affairs, one that you were this was almost formality, or was it just something that needed to get to the chancellor within 24 hours? Because that's a pretty, I mean, I read your memo, I said, boy, that's a lot to think about. And then I read a letter from the vice chancellor next day, the chancellor saying, we've thought about it, here's what you need to do. So I'm just kind of wondering how the vice chancellor makes a decision that quickly. And maybe it's a question to the vice chancellor.
Thank you, Senator. During the process, I, of course, was gathering information as well. While I hadn't received the final formalized report from Greg or proposal, and did not know at that time the exact sports that were going to be considered, I certainly had a sense of the magnitude of what he was dealing with. We'd had numerous conversations about different models in terms of the number of sports that we might have to drop, all the way ranging from no sports dropping to up to 9 sports dropping during these conversations. So I was certainly pretty well briefed on the challenges were being faced. I also, during that period of time, was meeting with a number of groups of folks that were involved in this, ranging from, you asked about students earlier, ranging from meeting privately with the president of the ASUCD, following a resolution from the Associated Students. I met with the co-chairs of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee to get information from them, and they were providing advice. I also was receiving information from other groups like that have students, the Athlete Administrative Advisory Committee, AAAC, as other examples. In addition, Greg had met with a student oversight group by the Campus Union and Recreation Board, and had met with them. So I was gathering information along the way. As was mentioned earlier, one of the great challenges, besides the enormous magnitude of this reduction in a very, very short time, was balancing the need we felt to make a decision, promptly in terms of the impact it was having on students, both in the athletics program and outside of it, and still trying to be as thorough and as thoughtful as we could be as well. And so after receiving Greg's report that morning, I spent the day reading it. I then spent the day meeting with his senior management group, discussing it that evening into the late hours. And then the next day, as I reflected on all of the information I received, including literally hundreds of letters and emails, reading through those, I then, started through and preparing the document for the Chancellor.
And all that in 24 hours, that's amazing. Because even though you may have been, you must not have had much disagreement then with the memo to you, because it seems pretty seamless. You got it the day, April 13th or something of that sort, April 14th, and you sent it to the Chancellor. Let me ask you, since you're here, in your letter to the Chancellor, I'm going to quote you. You say, coaches and athletes expressed interest in providing certainty regarding sports teams sooner rather than later. So it seems to be saying that coaches and athletes express this interest in trying to get to some certainty regarding sports teams sooner rather than later. And I'm just trying to understand from you, since you wrote that, were the students and coaches desperate for this particular decision to be made? How do you come to that conclusion? What gave you the thought process that, how do you get to that sentence?
Sure. In one of the meetings I didn't get a chance to mention, I met with the chair of the Coaches Advisory Committee as well and talked with him extensively about that. And during that conversation, he expressed that the uncertainty around what was going to happen in the intercollegiate athletics program, specifically if there were going to be sports cut, which sports would be affected, was affecting the entire program, affecting his in this case it was a men's water polo coach, his team. It was affecting other teams. It was relayed to me that there were challenges in common areas of students interacting, and it's just a very challenging time, and he expressed that very clearly. In addition, I heard similar comments from the co-chairs of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. I remember quite vividly one of them being very clear in the conversation that they understood the dramatic budget cuts. They understood that there was a likelihood that teams would have to be reduced, and they urged that the decision be made promptly rather than delaying that decision for the same reasons the chair of the coaches committee expressed.
Okay. That's just one of the most important parts. I think I asked the chancellor earlier, is that the communities, you have your folks here and people behind the chancellor have maybe a different view of participation. And so you've mentioned you talked to one coach. Is that correct? One coach. And the coaches advisory committee is a committee of all coaches. Is that the CAC? What?
I can answer those questions, sure. Senator. Yes, the coaches vote every year on a small group of individuals, usually about 5, that represent them, and they can take issues, or I can refer issues to them for exploration.
Okay.
And they name a chair.
Okay.
And it's one of the working advisory groups that we have.
Okay, so on such a big decision, let me ask you the question: did the CAC vote on this, or did you inform them of what you were doing? In other words, there's a difference between saying, "Hey, here's what we're doing."
Well, first of all, going back to your question about...
Well, how about first answering my question first?
Okay.
So before we go on this. So
all right.
The CAC, did they vote on this?
They did not vote.
Okay. Did the AAC, the Athletic Administrative Advisory Committee, vote on this?
They made a recommendation on how to handle the budget cuts.
Okay. Did they vote on it? Did they actually say, we're moving in this direction?
I believe the paper that they drafted and submitted to Vice Chancellor Wood was a vote. I was not at that meeting. I'm not a voting member of that committee.
Okay. So we're not sure there. And how about CURB? You just mentioned the... did they vote on this?
I am not at liberty to be in the room when they vote. After I left, they voted.
Okay. What was the vote?
Well, the budget was explained to CURB in detail by some of my budget analysts. I attended 2 different CURB meetings and went through and explained the dynamics and the problems with trying to balance the budget with the deficit and the pending budget cut. And so as I made the recommendation to drop 4 sports, they basically accepted the recommendation. They did not stop it, but they basically said it's in the purview of the campus to make those decisions. I worked through CURB to prepare them for the financial crisis.
Okay. Boy, that was a... Let me try to just answer. Did they vote or not? Yes or no?
They voted to accept the proposal after I left.
They did.
They did not vote on which sports to drop. They voted that I had submitted the report and it passed. It's the best way I can explain it.
Okay, so they never voted on the actual cuts to the specific teams?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. And the CAC didn't vote on the specific cuts to the various teams?
No.
And the Student Advisory Committee, the SAAC, never voted to cut those specific teams?
They all took positions. SAC took a position. Coaches Advisory Committee took a position.
I get it, but they didn't vote on that, correct?
Correct.
So, okay, so 3 out of 3, we haven't voted. And you, Vice Chancellor, mentioned student input. The Student Senate presented a resolution specifically calling for a 1-year moratorium. And I guess the question is, why would you think that the students would think any differently, given the Student Senate actually saying that they probably don't agree with this decision and would like to at least consider it and would ask for a 1-year moratorium? I mean, where's the real student participation, the coaches' participation? You heard me make a very bold statement at the start of the hearing that I don't think the process was flawed. And the reason I think the process was flawed is for the very reasons you just gave me, is that there was no vote of the AAAC, no vote of the CAC, no vote of the SAAC, no vote of the CURB. And let me just say that CURB, and this is a very interesting part of the initiative process that we're given to approve this. It says anytime the CAC deems it necessary to reduce the total number of sports in its programs, its actions must be approved through CURB.
That's what was approved.
You just told me it wasn't approved in terms of the actual cuts. Let me read the sentence to you.
The proposal to drop the sports, as I clarified, they didn't vote on which sports. They didn't want to get involved with that. But they voted that I submitted the report to drop the 4 sports.
If I may.
Sure. Thank you.
You're right. You're referring to one of the student initiatives, and what it describes.
Actually, there's 2 initiatives. It's the
I said one of the student initiatives.
Right. Yeah.
Describes a process whereby if at any time ICA deems it necessary to reduce the total number of sports in its programs, its action must be approved through CURB, not by CURB, through CURB. So CURB was consulted. They provided their opinion, and the decision was made after CURB's input.
Okay, so that's an interesting one. So let's go through the wordsmithing there. So it has to go through that one more time. You can inform CURB, has to go by CURB. But you're telling me
approved through CURB.
What does approved by CURB means to you?
Approved through CURB?
What?
To me, that means CURB must.
I know I'm in the legislature. It seems like a normal hearing day. Go ahead. So what does the word, explain the differential for me between approved through CURB as opposed to approved by CURB?
In my view, what that means is CURB is consulted. So before the matter can be approved, it has to pass through CURB. It doesn't say approved by CURB. I'd also note in that initiative, it talks about a reduction in the number of sports.
What does pass through CURB mean to you? You're the legal attorney for the university. What does pass through CURB mean?
And I've shared my opinion with you.
Do it one more time. I'm slow tonight. Go ahead. Do it real slow for me so I can understand it. And most people in the audience can understand it as well. Go ahead. Are you focused on this for a moment? Go ahead.
Approved through CURB, it says approved through CURB, not approved by CURB. Mm-hmm. Approved through CURB means to me that CURB must be consulted before the action is approved.
Okay, so all you have to do is consult with CURB is what you're saying.
Approved through CURB, that's my interpretation.
All you have to do is consult with them. So they don't actually have to prove anything, you just have to consult them. Say hello, hi, I'm here. I want to tell you a few things about this, and I've now met my compliance in terms of
we need their
CURB.
We need their input. Also, the initiative that's referred there talks about a reduction in the number of sports. What was approved there was the approval of 23 sports. We have 23 sports.
Yes, so that was one initiative. So let me remind you, there was also the very same language in the facilities initiative. So in 2 initiatives, there was language that actually matched. And I've read these. So it's not as though we're going to go back to an old initiative that says, yes, but we were talking about 23 sports. When you actually went to Division I and the next initiative, and let me find it, so I can read it to you, there is an additional discussion regarding CURB. And I have a question for you while I do find it for me, since I have the student affairs person here. Let me read this, the initiative language. It says the current...
Which initiative are you referring to, Senator?
Right now it's referring to the SASE. So let's start there for a moment. And then we'll get to the next initiative, which is the CEI, but it refers to this. So let me read this to you. And I'd just like to get what the Chancellor mentioned: budget cuts. What's the budget cut to your department? What's the percentage budget cut to your department?
The overall amount that we have reduced in Division of Student Affairs, and that's separate from the $1.8 million that we're talking about here this evening that was to cut to the Physical Education Department in the Division of Social Sciences. So separate from that completely, over the last 3 years has been $10 million.
Okay, what's the percent cut in this particular year for your department?
In this particular, well, let me give it this way. In that sum, and I'll get it for you in a moment, in the sum of the 3 years, it's a 29% cut in our general funds and 16% in the registration fee over the 3 years. So ballpark, without the numbers particularly in front of me, Senator, it's probably about a third of those, maybe a bit more than a third, 40% of what I just stated.
Okay. So let me read. I'm just trying to understand the language, and the legal counsel can help me here because I'm in the SASE initiative. It says the current student fee support for these programs will not be reduced unless Student Affairs should sustain a budget reduction. And we're talking about the athletic program. However, in the event that the Student Affairs budget is reduced, the current level of funding for the aforementioned programs may not be cut by a percentage greater than the percentage decrease of the Student Affairs budget. If at any time ICA deems it necessary to reduce the total number of sports in its program, its action must be approved through CURB. Not by CURB, through CURB, correct? Okay. Right. The campus union and recreation board, which oversees the allocation of money to ICA, intramural, whatever. So I guess we have this like stopgap approval process. And by that I mean we have the Athletic Administrative Advisory Committee, the CAC, the SAAC, and CURB. So you have these 4 layers of participation for students somewhere in this process, correct? Mm-hmm. The athletic director sends you a major proposal that I assume as Student Affairs you would run through all of those committees for some input. But my documentation says you write a letter to the chancellor the next day. So where does all this input, where does all of these, because it was a final, you're writing to chancellor a final recommendation. You're writing her, this is what I think you should do. Where do all of those committees, whether the Coach Advisory Committee, the Student Advisory Committee, the Athletic Administrative Committee, the CURB, I mean, when do all these folks get to weigh in finally and say, you know, or do they, it didn't even seem that there's time to notify them. We pass through, if you will. So how does that work from your perspective? Why do the students, particularly, are paying 85% of this, a good portion of this, at least the grants and aid? I mean, how do they get to weigh in on this? Because there were so many protections in each of the referendums that seemed to point to more participation by students. And you're telling me that you talked to one coach and a couple of students. So where does all this? Tell me how all that works. Because I mean, I just see a process and it's pretty laid out. I just want to know where, in one day, you can do all that.
On that day, Senator, I spent the day reviewing all the documents and input that I had received, not contacting the groups. I had done that previously. The groups were consulted with in the way that I could based on the information we commonly shared. And at that point, I did not, nor did those groups, know the specific sports that were reduced. I will say, certainly, given an infinite amount of time in the budget, if the state had provided an infinite amount of time in the budget reduction provided to the university, we would have used more time in our deliberations. But we didn't have that. What we had is a number of positions of time pressure. One was the budget and the budgetary process and the significance of the magnitude of this reduction, which was beyond what most of us would have been able to imagine 3 years previously.
Why did you start so late then? If you knew that, I mean, you knew the governor's budget was out in January. I mean, why start? I mean, if you knew we have budget problems, the target was given to you, correct? And so
in February 5th.
So why? I mean, why would we not begin to work on that earlier? Just a question. I mean, from your perspective, you know, kind of what the number is going to be. I mean, why is that the reason? Because the legislature didn't give you your number, you couldn't consult with the students in time to give them some input in terms of the actual
No, the process had, Greg can talk about more of the groups that he met with and might take a moment to do that, starting in that period of time and even earlier, gathering information as we could. It's just when the state budget was given, as you say, by the governor in January,
Sure.
and a period of time was needed to reflect on that budget and the impact to the units at the University of California, Davis. That took till February 5th, and then Greg and his group went into, I think, as expediently as they could to, in fact, gather the input that they did and to come to what they thought was the best decision at the time based on the budget situation. So a lot was going on during that period of time. It's just we came down to the end. The various groups had met repeatedly. We were down, and as Greg mentioned, one of the time pressures that we were experiencing was our desire to make this decision around the time of the national letter of intent and as early in the spring as we could to allow students the opportunity to transfer to other institutions and to make other decisions in terms of competitive opportunities that they might have. So it was a variety of pressures that we had for time.
And you began that process in what month, roughly?
As I mentioned earlier, Greg and the entire campus was informed of the $1.8 million reduction on February 5th.
February 5th. Okay. And then the letters, or at least the memo was sent to you, and you sent to the chancellor, so it was all under the constraint of getting this done. Let me digress for a moment, if we could, so I can understand this, if you will, revenue and expense problem, because it seems that we're moving towards something and we're rushing to get something completed. I wanted the sergeants to pass out, if you could, maybe we can give it to the AD, if we could, the athletic director. And I'm trying to understand, who's Mr. Ron Lawrick? Is that a member?
Ron Lawrick is a budget analyst in intercollegiate athletics.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand, this is a memo, it's been mentioned by the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, but it's dated January 29th, and it's talking about, if you will, the numbers and trying to figure out how much revenue is allocated. And it's, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's let me read a little bit of it. It says, it's from Ron Lawrick to you, and it's January 29, 2010. And it says, I finished updating the report you gave me early, which was started by Cindy. I don't know who Cindy is. The report probably does not paint the picture you were hoping. Mike and I reviewed and discussed the data, and the areas highlighted in yellow are probably sections we should remove from the report as they show us looking far better financed than our competitors in the FCC. Whether FACE is included or excluded, our allocated revenues are much higher than our competitors. Our revenues are actually closer to that of a FBS school than an FCS school. The fact that we have nearly 50% more sports screams cut sports when compared to FBS and FCS schools. Sorry, but this is what the figures appear to illustrate. What would be left after excluding the yellow sections does not paint a picture that we are doing a pretty acceptable job with generated revenues, and not much more might be expected when compared to what other schools are doing. But if the other sections are included, it screams cut sports because we are supporting more student athletes than our competitors, more sports than our competitors, and ultimately that is why our allocated revenues are so high, which likewise seems to suggest downsizing. I'll be in early Monday morning if you want me to manipulate the worksheet before printing, if you still want to use it. Or send it to me over the weekend if you have thoughts so I can rework it over the weekend or jump on it first thing, 7 a.m. Monday morning. And I guess the question I have given this memo is this person is saying the report doesn't paint the picture you were hoping. And I guess my question is, what was the picture you were hoping for? I'm just trying to understand. I read the memo. I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to get, or what this discussion is about in terms of revenue comparisons.
Well, I asked my staff senator to start a comparison, what the NCAA calls dashboard indicators,
Right.
which the information is readily available to the public.
Sure.
And we were pulling the information from 70 public institutions that compete in the football championship subdivision.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see what they were doing in certain categories of ticket sales, NCAA revenue sharing, game guarantees, third-party support, concessions, broadcast rights, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought it would be very useful information to show the campus and to many people that what we were generating in those areas and how it compared with the 70 other institutions, and also my staff threw in the football bowl subdivision folks for comparative purposes. Ron, being new to intercollegiate athletics and not having done this type of critical analysis, went ahead and put in some total budget information, meaning the FACE initiative was in some of the modeling, and the FACE initiative is clearly outside of the operational budget. It's basically repaying debt on facilities. And so the numbers that he was using included FACE, which brought the budget into a large amount of money, and that's what he was trying to say, is that we look very, very big, and someone might make big cuts out of this budget. And so later, after I read this couple paragraphs that you just cited, we went in and took the FACE initiative out of the budget, which it has always been out of the budget that we prepare. It's not part of the EADA reports that we do either. And so it brought the budget in line with our sources and uses document that showed what revenues we have coming in versus our expenditures. And what we did is finish with this FCS, FBS comparison and circulated it to campus, to Vice Chancellor Wood and to Chancellor Katehi, to show that if the campus is expecting intercollegiate athletics to generate, for example, $1 million more over the next 3 years in all of these categories, that it was going to be very, very difficult to do, because we were already in the top 10% or the top 10% of those 70 schools, many of them lagging behind us. And so that was part of the analysis that we were doing in case we received a big cut. Later we did.
Right. And thank you for the explanation. And I'm wondering, as I look at the comparison that was given, the spreadsheet you've been mentioning, 2008 comparisons, for example, FCS and FBS, I guess what stands out is the fact that, the average student fees at, the UCLA's or the Illinois' and some of these other FBS schools is about $2.9 million. And at an FCS school, it's about $2.5 million in additional student fees. And at Davis, it's $15.6 million.
That one has the FACE initiative in it.
And when you take the FACE initiative out, what is it?
It's about $10 or $11 million. Clearly, it's about
so it's still
about 64% of our budget, not 85%.
So it's about $10 million. So it's about 5 times or 4 times more than even the FBS or the FCS in terms of what students are putting in. 5 times more than the UCLA's or the bowl schools,
yes,
if you will.
Senator, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I'm sure you're familiar with the football bowl subdivision. They're auxiliary enterprises with TV contracts and their corporate sponsorships. UCLA's $65 million budget gets no money from the campus. They don't need student fees. They generated it all with a 105,000-seat Rose Bowl. So it's a tough comparison there.
Right. Well, not really, because the students are putting an enormous amount of money for the sports that we do have, and they're putting in enormous amounts of money because they actually, in our view, believe in the Davis way, which is the goal of this is more participation, and competition is a secondary issue.
You're correct. The students for years have been very, very supportive, but $4.7 million of that CEI is restricted. So let's just recognize that I can't move that money anywhere else.
Got it.
I can't spend it on support. It has to be spent on grants.
So following that logic and given our budget situation and looking at all sources, why wouldn't you go back to the students and ask if they would like to, like as in one initiative, 23 teams, 17 teams, or 0 teams, and the students make a decision. I mean, why wouldn't you, for monetary purposes, go back to a student body that has been more than gracious, $10 million, 5 times more than some of the largest schools in student fees for sports. I mean, 4 successful initiatives in a row. I mean, why wouldn't we then look at the Student Senate's recommendation for moratorium and then get ready in the next year for the additional dollars necessary to keep these programs going? And it would be student-driven. It wouldn't be university-driven. It would stay within your core principles of, if you will, not making people out and go do sales and some of the other things they have to do. I mean, why wouldn't we depend on, or at least even ask the students for one more look at this, and if they wanted to move to the 27-team model? I mean, why dismantle programs when you have a very successful record with the students?
Well, one of the considerations during these budget reduction time is, what are our possible avenues for revenue to fill the gaps that the state unfortunately has provided the University of California. Mm-hmm. And one of those that we used back in the 90s, exactly as you mentioned, were those 2 referenda. One was the SSMF and the other the SASE, that were really put in an emergency time in the early 90s, mid-90s, when we thought were seeing the worst budget reduction in the history of the University of California, and which was true at that time and no longer the case. So the students did step up. They created an initiative. These initiatives are all student-initiated. They are student-written. They then go through the ASUCD for evaluation, and then they go for a vote. And in those initiatives, while a portion of the funds was athletics, there were also areas like the cross-cultural center, recreational programs, intramural sports, and the like. So you're absolutely right that was the time in the early 90s. The time in 2010 is very different. The students have just experienced a 32% increase in the educational fees. The financial situation in the state is far worse for both them and their parents and the University of California. And so I can also add that one of the groups so these are indicators that the timing is very different. I'll give you one last piece.
Whose indicators? Whose indicators? Have you talked to the students?
Well, then here's the next piece of it. So one of the groups that oversees the initiatives, particularly the CEI, is the Student Services and Fee Advisory Committee, SFAC. And they are asked every year to consider whether or not they would like to apply the consumer price index increase to those fees. And even though the consumer price index, as you know, Senator, hasn't been increasing dramatically over the last 4 years, 3 of those 4 years, that student committee that oversees that voted against adding a CPI. And so we felt that the time was not wise to move forward with asking the students to step up and pay for yet another reduction that's the result of lack of state support.
So your conclusion is that, based on your discussion with this group, that it's not feasible to go back to the students?
My take at that time, this was a very difficult time because of the dramatic cuts and the timing of the state budget, was that within that time frame, and I just felt that it would not be in the best interest of the student body. I also think it was not in the best interest of the athletic program, because the circumstance on campus, as you might imagine, is pretty divisive, particularly in the student population. There are a number of issues that have come up this year, resulting in hate and bias, which are examples of the type of divisiveness you see under dramatic budget reductions, and as an example of that. And in terms of even within the athletics program itself, I would hear reports both from coaches and students of the divisiveness within there. So this was I felt, in my opinion as Vice Chancellor, not the appropriate time to discuss this. I also would say that I discussed this with the president of the ASUCD during our private conversation about the possibilities of fee increases quickly in the context of this, and the perspective was generally shared. We also had a referenda that had gone through recently from the students, again, student-initiated, written, up for a vote on an environmental front, which is an area that the students generally are strongly supportive of, and the students did not vote, did not approve that referendum, and that's just recently.
Okay. How about the only vote that really occurred? How about the Student Senate's resolution to give students an opportunity to participate and come up with a solution in 1 year? What does that mean anything to you?
Absolutely. I get a number of resolutions that come across my desk from the SCCD. That one I particularly was interested in and read very thoroughly because I thought it was very important to get their insight, and I felt that, in fact, simply reading the resolution, what was on the page was not enough, and asked to meet, and thankfully he graciously agreed, the president of the ASUCD, to discuss that particular resolution.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to have the president come up in a little bit, but your rendition of that meeting would be important. Tell me what your rendition is so that the president can see if that matches his before he gets up here.
I would call the meeting cordial. I think we both understand the severe budget cut the University of California is undergoing. Mm-hmm. I think he rightfully was very concerned about the potential reduction in sports. I think he rightfully requested that would it be possible to have additional time for that, and we discussed the timing and the issues we've talked about earlier. We also discussed at length the importance of maintaining the grant and aid for the student athletes that would lose their sports. And we discussed that at length. And as you know, the university decided to maintain the grant and aids for the students who are making normal progress, who have lost their sport until they can graduate. In addition, we talked about, as you mentioned earlier, the SASE initiative and the decision of the students at that time to vote for what was then called the 23 sport option, mm-hmm. and how that was another factor that we needed to consider very carefully in our deliberations and in our final decision as to the students' desire to maintain that size program.
Gotcha. So your decision is no moratorium. So you read the resolution and you didn't carry any weight with you.
I think it didn't carry weight. I certainly took it into consideration, as I did all the input that we received. The challenge we had, as I mentioned earlier, was the timing, both from the state legislature and governor in terms of the budget of the state and the substantial reductions we were asked to make, both as a university and in the athletics program that we had to do in the near future, and the National Letter of Intent Day and the desire to provide the opportunity for students to transfer should they be able to do so.
And yet you had a very similar deficit the year before. So what was the rush to the pressure to get this particular...
The deficit on this program, and Greg can speak to this in a moment, was significant the previous 3 years, right. But it was not of this magnitude. Remember, at this time...
You said it was $1.1 million. It's 1.4.
Well, no, that was the ongoing deficit. On top of those numbers, on top of the 1.4 and the 1.1 that you're remembering, in February 5th, the athletics program was asked to make up for $1.8 million reduction in the physical education budget within the Division of Social Sciences. It's important to note that when the lecturer coaches move, this is just a technical thing for the university, but when the lecturer coaches move from general funds and can take advantage, and Kelly can explain this better than I, in the benefits pool, the athletics program has to make up that as well. So while the reduction on the PE side could be termed $1.8 million, the actual total amount that the intercollegiate athletics program would have to make up and maintain all of the sports and those coaches was much higher than that because of the benefit pool as well. So this was a significant reduction on top of the deficit that we've talked about earlier and the other reductions that you mentioned.
Okay. And you mentioned a moment ago that in many, the FTE for the lecturers, and there's other considerations. Is that correct? So when you cut, well, how do I put this? If you're a wrestler, or if you're the swimmer, men's swimming, do they get PE credits for that particular sport?
I'll have Greg take that question.
Yeah.
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
So when you cut those programs, they're no longer getting PE credit?
Correct.
Great. Does the Academic Senate make that decision, or do you?
Academic Senate.
So did the Academic Senate make this decision?
The Academic Senate, I believe, gives the purview to the chancellor and the provost in this particular situation. To drop a program and discontinue an academic program requires Academic Senate approval. But I've always
I didn't realize that the administration could make decisions on the dropping of academic courses. I thought that was within the purview of the Academic Senate, not just programmatic, but instructional courses.
I believe I'm correct in saying courses.
So under shared governance of the university, the Academic Senate has
Sure.
the authority for the curriculum.
Sure.
But in terms of the number of sections and the exact types of courses, again, it's the Academic Senate who has the authority for the curriculum and the major requirements and what it takes to earn a degree.
Sure.
But again, for financial circumstances, I can tell you that leading up to these cuts, we know that, for example, in PE, physical education, this last year, 48 sections were cut. So that limited access for 1,500 students. We know that 41 sections of classes in English in the university writing program and French and English and Italian were cut, limiting the access for students. Those are decisions that are made between the department chair and the dean. They're financial decisions. They're not altering major requirements or the curriculum. So there's a distinction there between the sort of the absolute authority of the Senate as it relates to curriculum and major requirements and what it means, again, to live within the financial means and be able to offer the sections that you can pay for out of your budget.
Okay. Let me ask it a different way. Was the Academic Senate involved in this decision, or were those department heads that just mentioned the process? Was this actually as put forth by? I'm sorry. Give me your name one more time.
Kelly Ratliff.
Kelly. Was that the process that was followed?
Actually, I work in conjunction with the the director of physical education, so Jeff Widener basically was informed, knew what was going on. He worked with Ron Magnan, the dean of the College of Social Sciences. So that's really out of my purview, Senator, and moves into the academic area. Okay. My focus is just the intercollegiate athletics program.
I took a moment to...
So you're not sure. In other words, so what you're saying is you're not sure if that occurred.
I'm sure that it was handled by other people.
How are you sure about that? If you're not
through conversations with Jeff. Okay. And he has the latitude to drop those classes. I don't have the latitude to drop those classes. No, I understand that, but so he discussed that with me.
He did. So you had a discussion that these courses were, because of budgetary concerns, were going to be cut.
I was aware of it, yes.
Okay.
And thank you. And Senator, I had a conversation during this period of time. I was invited to meet with the Committee on Planning and Budget of the Academic Senate to discuss these reductions.
Okay. So I can close this particular discussion, but the Academic Senate then has no bearing in this matter whatsoever in terms of the courses cut. So we're just following the budget cut method, correct?
I apologize if that's what I said. That's not what I intended to say. What I said is that the Academic Senate's authority relates to curriculum and major requirements. We routinely consult, as Fred just mentioned, one of the committees I routinely meet with, and that we meet with both the Chancellor and the Provost, is, for example, the Committee on Planning and Budget. Senate representatives are routinely involved in the campus budget process, and it's an advisory capacity as it relates to the campus budget, but they are absolutely consulted and provide advice through all aspects of the campus budget process, not just this. But I was just trying to draw the distinction between the authority as it relates to the curriculum versus the financial or the budgetary decisions.
Okay. And so was the Academic Senate then involved in this decision in this way, I mentioned by Kelly?
What decision are you referring to?
I'm actually asking the AD. Was the Academic Senate actually conferred in, as you've been mentioned? In other words, they're aware of, they're within the circle of...
I can answer that question, Senator, by saying that in the summer of '09, the Chancellor set up a number of review committees,
Yes.
which Kelly can address. But there was a budgetary review committee, and one of them was the subdivision or the student life subcommittee. And out of that committee was representatives from the Academic Senate. And in that report, it was noted about the deficit, and it was noted about the progress that we'd made with doing lots of across-the-board cuts. And there was a recommendation that we might have to consider dropping of sports that came out of that faculty committee.
And one of the letters from the Vice Chancellor to the Chancellor, in a little-known footnote, mentions that Professor Ken Alsbach, faculty athletic representative, I assume from the Senate, correct? The Academic Senate? And Professor Leslie Lyons, again, another professor who now at this point is the chair of the AAAC. So here are kind of these, how does the faculty feel about it? But it's been mentioned that they resigned prior to and did not assume they resigned because they didn't agree. So how am I to guesstimate that the faculty is A-okay with this when you have your two faculty representatives who are actually involved in the process intimately resigning prior to the actual sending of a letter to the Chancellor? I mean, how am I to ascertain from this spot that the Academic Senate or those in that side of the world are okay with this? And why did they resign, actually? That would be a good question, maybe, to get an answer on.
The part of the input and consultation that I went through was talking both with Professors Elsbach and Professor Lyons. And as a fellow faculty member, I remember the Senate as well, and faculty member in chemistry, I know that they struggled, as I think we all did, with timing. They asked for longer periods of time to make the decisions, more deliberation. And if you know the faculty senator, they're a very deliberative body. And as I say, as a member of the Academic Senate, I've been involved in numerous Senate committees. I did speak with them about it, and the concerns that they expressed were more regarding timing. They would understood the budget cuts, but they'd hoped for more time, but they also understood that the challenges, the national intent as well. Other Senate input that I received were a number of conversations with the chair of the Academic Senate, Robert Powell. In addition, Robert is a member of the Council of Deans and Vice Chancellors, and I consulted with them as well. So that was the Senate input I received. I should say one other piece. I also attended meetings actually during the year of the AAAC, which has a number of faculty, and heard directly from them at the meetings as well. So while I don't want to speculate on the specifics of the resignation. As I talked with them during the process, I know that they were concerned about timing. I can refer, if he would like to comment, Steve Drown served on the work team that they resigned from and could perhaps provide additional information beyond that. But that was the main concerns that they expressed to me, was about timing and a desire to be more thorough and more deliberative, as I said, as a faculty member, is the nature of the Academic Senate. And
for a reason, correct? A member of the Academic Senate is probably wanted to have a more deliberative process on such a fundamental decision as elimination of 4 teams. Good for them. I mean, it's the more deliberation you can have, the better, I think. And I'm just wondering, would that concern you that they wanted to have more time? The I'm trying to get this now. We have a community the Chancellor just mentioned. I listen to administrators, I listen to students, and I listen to the faculty, this community. The Academic Senate, members of this committee, which saw the recommendation and understood the cuts, resigned. The Student Senate is passing a resolution saying, let's have a moratorium so we can be more deliberative in the process. So the faculty is saying, be more deliberative. The students are saying, be more deliberative. And I'm trying to understand, Chancellor, you say you listen to everyone. What am I missing here?
There is one more committee
missing?
that I meet regularly, and that's the Senate Executive Committee. And during that process, I shared with them the decision, and they, even if they don't play a formal role, but they play an advisory role to me, and they agreed primarily that that cut was, considering all of the other cuts we are making to their own academic units, this did not come out of context. So for them, as a matter of fact, they have been a lot more worried about their ability to teach students they have in their own academic units, and that is one of the many cuts that I have discussed with them this coming year.
Okay. And Chancellor, I'm just wondering, there was an email, I think within the public record, to you from one of the resigned members that says, and I think it was correct, the Student Affairs Vice Chancellor mentioned it, she says, my concern over the ICA management group as being exclusive, secretive, and unresponsive to the stakeholders and making decisions about eliminating sports teams. And I felt bullied and threatened and other things written to you. I mean, did that concern you? That,
no, it did.
Beyond the executive committee who had no involvement in this, no involvement in this at all. I mean, you're talking to a group of folks.
Right.
You're talking to somebody that was the appointed faculty representative and who lived through the process and saw the process. And, when someone says they feel the way they just felt, I mean, I'm kind of wondering how you...
It did concern me, and I spoke with Fred Wood and with Steve Drown, and I asked them to find out exactly what happened and then give me an update.
So what was the update?
Well, we advised the Chancellor, and I'm not going to share with you what I advised the Chancellor, but the Chancellor did correspond with Professor Elsbach. I believe you met with Professor Elsbach to discuss her concerns. There was follow-up with Professor Elsbach as to whether we presented her with alternatives if she wished to pursue these complaints formally, but that turned out not to be the case. And the Chancellor met with her to discuss her concerns.
Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering, Chancellor, is that you mentioned the meeting with another group. So again, we have the students saying, let's have a moratorium. You have your academic representatives resigning, writing that they feel bullied, and then you're telling me you meet with the executive committee of the faculty who have had probably
Senate.
very little involvement of the Senate, very little involvement in this, and they seem to be okay with it. So how am I to ascertain that you are listening to the entire campus community? Based on just what I've just read you, and just based on what the students voted on, and based on the people sitting behind you. I'm just trying to understand.
I've listened to the campus community for all of the cuts that I've had to make. And as a matter of fact, I have to say that if you remember from the news this past year, we've had tremendous unrest on our campus because of these cuts. A lot of students have been worrying about their inability to finish on time, to get the right courses, to have the right faculty and the right advisors, even at times about safety. And so I tried to personally manage as best as I could the information that I got. Was satisfactory to me. I followed through after I had those complaints by Professor Elsbach. Mm-hmm. And my understanding was that, the information that I got out of a number of individuals I spoke with gave me enough confidence to continue. And that's what I've done.
Okay. Is it fair, and maybe for anyone sitting involved in the process, is it fair to say at this point in time, given the fiscal constraints that have been mentioned by the Chancellor, the deficit, and the other items that were mentioned, that the decision really, when it comes right down to it, wasn't about whether we were going to, if you will, whether teams should be eliminated. But rather the question was really how many teams were going to get eliminated. And there's a very big distinction there in terms of asking the question. It's a question of whether we should eliminate teams, or has the question always been what teams are we going to eliminate? Were we ever in whether we should eliminate teams? Were we really at the point of just saying it's a question of what teams we're going to eliminate?
The answer is yes.
To which one?
Well,
to both?
To considering the dropping of teams. And it goes back to the spring even of '09, maybe even the fall of '08.
Okay.
Many discussions that my staff and I had with the coaching staff about the budget. They were well informed. We met many times about problems with the budget, the lack of the CEI, CPI not passing, and how it was going to affect the grant and aid program. And early on, everybody knew that there could be the potential someday to have a budget crisis and drop sports. It was discussed in areas of what other things can we do to save the sports. Tiering the grant and aid program came up in the spring of '09 with the coaching staff. We had long discussions about that. It was discussed with CAC, which is the Coaches Advisory Committee, and it got into the fall, and we were trying to survive. We were trying to make cuts and handle the budget until February 5th hit, when the campus had to make bigger budget cuts.
So you saw this kind of, this really tsunami of very bad economic times early, as you've mentioned, right?
Been dealing with those things for multiple years, yes.
So why do you add a team?
The team was added before that.
Why do you add a team?
Back in '07.
Why do you add a team facing all of these dire cuts and all of these layoffs and all of these things that have been mentioned, these very horrific decisions, which I agree with? And why add a team?
It happened in '07, '08 after multiple years of planning. So it takes about 3 years to plan for it.
Right.
We made the decision in '07, '08. The team recruited in '08, '09, competed for the first year in 9-10. So the budget problem, the major budget problem hit after we had already decided to move forward that under our prong 2 compliance.
Okay.
Lots of things changed over a 6-month period of time.
So, I think fundamentally, we added a team for the reasons the committee that you chair exists. It's Title IX.
Right. You added it.
Too.
Now we can't afford it, so we cut a bigger team, and then we have to cut the equivalent amount of men. That's not a good decision, in my view. It actually we've cut more women. We've cut not an equivalent proportion of men if you take out indoor track and somehow separate it from outdoor track, which is double counting. So we actually have ended up worse.
Senator, I can only follow federal guidelines and follow OCR guidelines and all of the experts, and they are opportunities to participate.
Right.
And that's how you come to prong 1 compliance, number of opportunities.
Right. So once this process you've mentioned, which is about a 3-year process, begins, there's just no way to stop it. These catastrophic budget hits that were unforeseen. You couldn't have pulled the plug.
Certainly I could have pulled the plug. Okay. Then we would have jeopardized prong 2 compliance. It's my job to try and ensure compliance, and we were going to move through, and I allocated the resources from wherever I could to start a program for about $150,000. I thought it was a good investment to comply with Title IX.
And the question is whether we're in compliance with Title IX today. Correct?
I believe we still are.
Limbo.
And it's our campus position that we are.
Right. Okay.
And we will defend ourselves on that.
Okay. Let's ask a few more questions if we could. In terms of the actual, we've determined the amount of student participation. At least I got a pretty good picture of it. I'm trying to maybe get a thought process from you on, if you will, the fundraising aspects you mentioned earlier, the additional fundraising thoughts that, and I think it's one of your letters, you say the uncertain nature of fundraising would make it difficult to recruit competitive student, athlete, and coaches. And I'm trying to understand what the assumption is based on. Do you know how difficult, from your perspective, is it to recruit the student athlete? And we do have competitive students now. It's not as though they're not competitive. It's a question of simply, given the nature of fundraising, how does that all work together? Why aren't we? How does that additional work?
Are you paraphrasing out of my letter, Senator?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, when you move into fundraising for specific sports to try and save it, it is difficult, especially with our history of that type of an endeavor. And we range anywhere from fundraising from about $25,000 a year to some will hit about $100,000. They do it in a lot of different ways, whether it's golf tournaments or certain events and donations. Our campus does not have intercollegiate athletics doesn't have a long-standing history of being a major fundraising effort. We're working hard. That's changing. We're very proud of where we are. But when you look at trying to sustain a sport independently, like maybe what some of the bigger institutions have done, they've done it over a 20-year period and have done it through endowments. And endowments give you the type of sustainable budget that you can count on every single year. And we've never quite gotten there. While we're proud of $1.5 million scholarship endowment, that certainly falls way short of being able to endow a sport that's spending maybe $250,000 or $300,000 a year. $25,000 donations, as you can well see, doesn't make it.
So that model, from your perspective, doesn't work, this fundraising model. Okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, transcript wouldn't recognize a head shake. So how does the water polo team work then? Aren't they particularly based on fundraising, and why keep that if that's indeed their mode?
Every sport's a little bit different.
Okay,
Water polo's interesting, and it has a smaller budget and a smaller staff. There's one head coach. Their budget is very insignificant, about $40,000. I'm guessing.
And how would
right
that
there.
differ from men's swimming then? If the water polo team can be self-sustaining based on a model you said doesn't work but is working, why couldn't the men's swimming team?
I didn't say water polo was self-sustaining. They're working very hard, as well as all 23 sports are, to continue to ramp up our fundraising efforts.
Right. But why couldn't?
But the swimming budget, as you can see from the models, when you talk about the coaching staff, the salaries, the benefits, the grant and aid, the operational budget is bigger than water polo.
Okay.
It's a more expensive sport.
And why not give them a chance to try to meet that? I mean, in other words, if the coach, let's say, for example, the coach of this men's swim team decided to do it voluntarily, or others decided to do this in a way that you wouldn't have the constraints you just mentioned, I mean, why not give them the opportunity to try?
Describe voluntary, I'm sorry.
Voluntary means voluntary. No
They go out and fundraise the money themselves. Okay? And so that's what we discussed, that it would take large sums of money to save the sport.
And how much was given to the pool? Who bought the pool?
There was a $1 million gift given to a $7.2 million swimming facility.
Right. And
in
the gift, is there also additional dollars for operations and maintenance built into this?
No.
So you have to pick that up? The pool is a drag on?
The FACE initiative picked up the maintenance of the pool.
Okay, so the students are picking that up. So why wouldn't, given that we have this very world-class facility, I was just there on Saturday, why wouldn't we allow for that facility to be utilized in a way that would, very similar to the water polo team, and why wouldn't we allow this team to at least attempt to be self-sustaining rather than to cut it? But we have to cut it at this point because we've had to find for proportion, correct? I mean, it's almost a foregone conclusion because we've cut the largest women's team. Now we've got to find an equivalent in order to stay in proportion from a percentage point of view cuts to the men's program. So I'm just, this is even worth the conversation because once we cut women's crew, I mean, it's, right? Someone has to go because we have to stay.
Well, we would have cut 3 sports instead of crew. Then we would have probably been cutting 4 sports or 5 sports on the men's side. So we would have been into an 8-sport model.
Yeah.
So my task from
right. But let me ask you a question on that. You need to educate me here on this. So Title IX. You have a percentage you're supposed to stay within, correct? So it's 3%, 1.5%. So you're trying to stay within proportion, correct? correct?
Yes, in prong 1 compliance.
Okay. Does Title IX penalize you for being above compliance? So you have more women, so you're 2% above compliance. I mean, does it penalize you to do that?
Well, as the school moves towards what they would consider to be compliance, and most of the guidelines will say, if you're under 3%, go talk to legal counsel and see if you comply with prong 1 compliance.
Yeah. How about if you're
there's a big difference between a private institution and a major research university with 25,000 students. So the one factor that hits some schools is that 1.5% at a private school might be a very small number of students because the undergraduates are only 4,000. At UC Davis, we felt in a court agreement that getting to 1.5% pretty much means we're almost at absolute proportionality, which, Senator, you've talked about before. And so that's where we headed with this.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to understand why. And I do understand it's the fiscal issue. It's solely the fiscal issue. It's really not about Title IX, correct? I mean, because Title IX, we could have kept all the women's teams. We wouldn't have to cut any of them. We could have been above proportion, correct? And we could have cut or found another way for the men's teams to finance themselves, whether it be the wrestling team, whether it be the swim team. We could add all the teams, correct? We didn't have to cut the men's.
There's such a thing as reverse discrimination also, so we have to be careful of that. And then when you gut programs to save them and require some sports to go out and fundraise, then you got to go back to those grant and aid equivalencies to see if they come within 1%. And then you go back to the laundry list of other Title IX requirements that says, are you treating all your student athletes equitably? Are you treating your does your coaching staff represent a broad perspective of coaches for all sports? There's a lot of other factors with Title IX and gender equity that when you gut things like that, you don't comply any longer. So the discussion was that we were going to settle on 90% and stay at that grant and aid proposal for all sports across the board, and we're going to treat all sports equitably. And that's been in our short-term gender equity plan for many, many years, and you see the whole laundry list of issues that we deal with every single year, revise that through the Title IX Advisory Committee on campus, and the report gets freshened every June.
Yeah, and you mentioned the reverse discrimination issue, but it really is, what you're now talking about is kind of the tiering, right? So it's kind of moving in that direction when you, but water polo, isn't water polo fundraising tiering in essence? I mean, you're asking the water polo team to operate on a budget that, in many cases, is fundraising. And then we have this core principle out there, which is 7, which says permanent core funding must come. We shouldn't depend on external sources. I mean, isn't the water polo team, in essence, a form of tiering?
It's one of the challenges that athletic directors and campuses face. When you allow sports to go out and fundraise, you really have to monitor that, because when the dollars come into the campus, it becomes university resources.
And this is the endowment thought process on your part.
Well, any fundraising, whether it's current year or whether it goes to endowment, both become university resources. And then you have to allocate and make sure you're spending that money equitably. So some schools will fundraise, and history has shown us many times that maybe a football program can out-fundraise many other sports, and so suddenly you have all of these expenditures on the men's side that are in the millions of dollars, and the women's side has lacked for institutional resources. So we can control that. It comes into the university, and they sit in funds, and then we make sure that they're spent equitable at the right time.
Right.
And that's what we've done a really good job of.
Was the and given that, let's go to the water polo team before I forget. The water polo team was actually given advanced warning about a year ago, correct?
Nope.
No? So they weren't given time to prepare?
They felt that from the whole discussion, that they should prepare just like any other sport. No one was given any advance notice of go fundraise because you might be dropped.
Okay. Let me, can you go back to the endowment? I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Go back to the conversation about what you can do what some schools do.
Well, sometimes schools will say, we'll save a sport, and here's suddenly a gift from a donor of $4 million, and they're going to endow, let's take, for example, a men's sport.
Yeah.
What you need to do now, in order to continue to comply with Title IX, is find the same resources for a women's sport.
Right.
So, for example, at Davis, if some donor came up and said, we want to bring men's swimming back, I would give them the number, and it would be an endowment number, probably well into the $5 million range, that would generate the type of resources every year that would sustain the program in the future. What we'd also have to do to that donor is kind of say, do you have that same amount for a women's sport? Mm-hmm. It's a huge amount of money.
Mm-hmm. $5 million.
Or the campus would have to find the resources to create that other endowment. That's the requirement.
Okay.
We generate 4.5% off of our endowments currently, Senator.
Okay. Let me ask a few more questions if I could. The athletes in the discontinued sports, just so I can get a sense for it, we have a few of them testifying after you. They continue to receive their scholarship. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the recourse for them if they want to continue to be student athletes? So in other words, they can participate how?
Would you rephrase that question, please?
How do they, they came to your university maybe as freshman, sophomore to be a student athlete. So how do they continue now that their sport is gone to be the athlete portion of that equation?
Well, in some instances, for some sports, they could move to a club sport model.
They can?
Yes.
Okay.
And that differs between sports. It works for some sports. It doesn't work for other sports. They also, because many institutions have dropped sports across this nation, the policy is that we give a blanket release at the time of that decision. Every school does that, and then coaches work with other coaches to try and place the students in the best academic institution they can based on their ability to compete at that institution. And so we did that with all of our sports that we discontinued. We gave the blanket release, and the coaches are trying to work with those student athletes who want to transfer.
Yeah.
Obviously, some have recognized the fact that the UC Davis diploma means a heck of a lot to them. And if they choose to stay at UC Davis and graduate, we will pay for that scholarship all the way through to graduation, as long as they make normal, acceptable progress towards a degree.
Okay. And but what about those students who want to participate or continue to participate in a sport because that's kind of, they love the Davis. Obviously, they got both, right? They have great university education. They also came to a good team. But if you're, let's example, the women's rowing, the crew team, they can't, my understanding is they can't participate in club sports because they're barred from doing so. Is that?
That's not my knowledge. When I arrived in 1995, I was part of that process of moving women's club team in rowing to varsity status.
Yeah.
And we are working diligently with campus recreation to move that team into club status and makes for a smooth transition.
And so
equipment moves under their authority. Everything's there.
And so do club teams in that scenario actually allow for scholarship athletes to participate?
If they don't, we'll make a campus exception to make sure that that happens, and that's my knowledge of what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's it'd be good to find out, because some of the understanding we've had with some conversations is that if you're a scholarship athlete, even if you've been moved to club status, you cannot participate.
Early on, you are correct.
Right.
Early on, that surfaced, and we've dealt with it in the last couple weeks, and that can certainly be handled by the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs.
Okay, so that's a recent, in the last couple of weeks.
I've had a staff member work with that, and I have personally met the other day with the Director of Campus Rec, and I'm fairly assured that that's going to move smoothly.
And what's your desirable outcome of given those particular discussions?
That those students will have a chance to participate in women's rowing at the club level, and it's a situation where there are regattas. They will be able to compete against fairly significant competition.
Okay. Will you let us know how that goes? We're very interested in
Yes.
Seeing if that comes to some closure. Let me ask you about the discussion earlier about maintaining the 90% of the NCAA's maximum grant. Tell me why that's important, the 90%, so I can better kind of understand what's wrong with 80% or lesser percentage. What does it mean in terms of students participating in sports? Why the 90%?
Well, many times conferences have rules and regulations in order to make the conference strong. And our conference, the Big West Conference, has a rule that for a certain number of sports you have to compete or you have to offer 80% of the NCAA max, or your membership comes under scrutiny. So we had for years a dream of moving our grant and aid program to 100% funding for all sports, and certainly relied on the CEI to do that. We relied on the Consumer Price Index getting approved so that it would continue to move forward. Unfortunately, as Vice Chancellor Wood said, that was denied 3 out of the last 4 years. So it has caused us to move resources into that program to sustain that type of funding for the grant and aid efforts for our student athletes. And that's one of our primary, if not our first and foremost effort, is to fund athletic grants for students. It is a student-athlete welfare issue. It enables students to have access to the University of California, Davis, and we believe that funding attracts the very best, the very brightest to UC Davis.
So the 90% allows us to get the best when we're competing for some of these athletes versus an 80% offer. So if an 80% offer is out there, someone might choose to go somewhere else. Correct?
Yes. In fact, it happens to us at the 90% level. There's another complexity I need to add, is that some of the sports are head count sports, which means if you offer a student $1, it counts as a full scholarship. And those sports are men's and women's basketball, volleyball, women's tennis, so on and so on. So in basketball, pretty much everybody is dealing with the 13 full scholarships in men's basketball and 15 in women. We're recruiting with 90% of that.
Would the going back to the Davis way for a moment, because we're all sounding like Division I discussions here. If indeed we were to keep participation at all levels in all sports as our guiding principle, which I believe is Principle 5, Davis cannot reduce its broad-based program, but rather seek to add sports. We're cutting sports, and I get that because of the flexibility offered in the core principles, but I guess my question is, if we had an 80% standard, would that produce more dollars for the additional sports on campus? Would we be able to stretch dollars more or not? How does that?
We looked at the different models. 80% didn't save that amount of money, didn't get support from the coaching staff. Coaching staff was very adamant, and recommendations of the Athletic Administrative Advisory Committee was to not tier the grant and aid program. So whether it was 80%, 70%, or 90%, it was to stay where we're at for what we consider to be still a broad-based 23-sport athletic program.
Okay. And let's talk about specific sports. And wrestling, for example, obviously, I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this the 3 lawsuits filed against UC Davis. The lawsuits obviously revolved around women's efforts to wrestle competitively, and yet, it was eliminated. And I'm just wondering why that sport. I'm, being cynical. I'm saying it gets rid of a problem for the university. If you eliminate the sports, it takes away the argument for additional lawsuits. 3 have already been moving through the process. I mean, is this some sort of coincidence that wrestling is eliminated, or how do I view that?
Well, there was absolutely no connection. I mean, we had some difficult decisions to make, and for a long time we felt we could save a sport like wrestling until February 5th happened and the huge cut that occurred. Then all 13 of those sports had to go under review, and we were constricted by the Big West with protected sports that were untouchable. We looked at a couple of those sports, discussed it with the Big West. It didn't get very far, and we got blocked on that issue. So I had to go back, and when you look at it, it only left us with a few men's sports to try and balance stuff out. and those sports ended up being men's swimming, men's tennis, men's water polo, and men's wrestling. So we had very few choices to make. All of them were difficult, and in no way, shape, or form would we consider to drop a sport because of some lawsuit previously occurred, which we feel is frivolous.
Gotcha. How did given that rationale, how did the actual track team get eliminated then, given it was in that category of
It wasn't
protected?
Senator. We looked at it. We looked at men's track and men's
Indoor.
cross country.
I'm sorry, indoor.
Oh, indoor.
Yeah.
Again, trying to reduce the impact on overall sports, but we looked at it from the standpoint of compliance, which they are participation opportunities. That's how we work with the Equity in Athletics Disclosure Report. That's how we have worked with the Office for Civil Rights for many years. That's how the numbers have to be counted.
And given your original rationale you were just giving us, though, the indoor track men's team is a protected class, correct?
No, outdoor is.
Outdoor, excuse me. Outdoor is a protected class.
Yes.
Indoor is, so why you left all the protected classes harmless, or how did you?
Couldn't cut the protected sports,
Yeah.
Senator.
Yeah, so
That would jeopardize our league affiliation, and in most instances, when you do that, they cut off your NCAA men's basketball revenue distribution, so we would have lost that access. Not good.
wow. Okay, so so the conference is in essence dictating at this point in time.
Conferences do that. They dictate what
Yeah.
sports you will sponsor, or you won't be a conference member. And as we move from Division II to Division I, we basically said we would sponsor those sports that are primary sports in the Big West. You agree to that?
Right. Well, I'm just trying to understand again this Davis way, this core principle, and agreeing to move into this conference. I mean, do they sometimes conflict and pull us in directions that may not match the university culture? It seems like it. It seems
Well, I think
as though-
that happens a lot of times. I think philosophy collides with reality many times on many different issues.
Right. And we choose our reality, right? So we've chosen Division I, and now we have to deal with the collateral aspect of it. The issue of moving to Division I, as we mentioned at the very beginning of this process, from your perspective, again, the 8 core principles were an addendum to part of the original promise of what we were going to get with Division I. I mean, how do those work?
As we met
Together.
across campus to
Yeah.
develop a rationale for making this move, or considering the move, the core principle, I was asked to write down some factors that I felt were important from a philosophical standpoint that the campus could broadly share and discuss. And it actually started with the coaches and a very large coaches meeting where we were discussing making the move and leaving one conference and considering joining the Big West. And so I drafted the first 7 core principles for discussion purposes.
And as you drafted those, I mean, isn't it the way you got the money from the students that you were going to
No.
agree to this? No, really. It's just so. This is why even do it then? Why even write these core principles? What a waste of time. I mean,
At that time, it wasn't, Senator. They were important.
But why write them and tell the students this is the way we're going to operate in Division I, and then we get in Division I saying, hey, the conference, all these other hindrances are now allowing us to actually follow the actual principles that were laid out to you in terms of passing the initiatives. I mean, why even go through legal counsel just said a minute ago it wasn't even part of it. It was an addendum or something that wasn't even part of the ballot that they voted on. I mean, so why do we make a big deal of the 8 principles? I mean, it seems to me from sitting from this point up here that when I talk to students, they're very passionate about the participation, the Davis way, and the principles. I mean, it kind of all centers around all of this discussion that we're different. We're a very different university, and that. Yet now we're talking about flexible principles that don't run into February budget issues. That now we're talking about various issues that put the core principles away. And I'm wondering, do you see this as the core principles of being part and parcel of passing the original move to Division I in the first place?
Well, that's a hard question to answer. I can basically say that maybe some constituencies on campus felt that the budget crisis was more important to answer. And certainly when you look at the core curriculum and the position of the faculty in the academic senate and the massive cuts that were occurring and our difficulties in offering classes to students and get them through college in a reasonable amount of time, whether it's 4 years or 4.5 years, and you have state money still in intercollegiate athletics. I believe that was the impression of the faculty, is that they had to make the move. And this discussion is not just California-based. It's happening in Wisconsin and Iowa, where faculties are understanding that some of the state money is going to intercollegiate athletic programs, and they're having discussions about it.
Okay. Let's go back to wrestling for a minute. We digressed a bit, but what does the elimination of the wrestling program now do to your outstanding legal challenge in this category? In other words, you're going to eliminate wrestling. Now is Davis going to court to dismiss the case? It's no longer a program. I mean, how does one deal with the elimination of this particular program? How are you? You have these. I believe you have outstanding legal challenges in this regard, or we're all done.
No, you referenced the outstanding legal challenge that exists. Right. It's returned to federal court.
Right. So you're going back to court to say, does it matter anymore? We don't have a wrestling team?
No, we are not saying that. The challenge, as I described earlier.
No, I said not. You're not saying that. Will you say that? It's very different.
No.
Really? Okay.
The challenge is and remains whether the university was in compliance with Title IX during a certain time period, which is primarily the 1980s and 90s. That challenge is still alive, and the district court and jury will determine that.
Okay. So you're not going to. There's no wrestling gone in your legal strategy going forward at all.
It's not relevant.
Okay. And is there a Title IX component to this from the university perspective, given that women want to wrestle? Is it that we keep talking about Title IX and trying to make sure that women have opportunities, and yet we haven't seemed to be forthcoming in allowing that to occur. What's the rationale for that?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but
why can't women wrestlers wrestle? That's about simple.
Women wrestlers can wrestle if they make the team. That has always been our stance.
And if they wrestle anyone that comes to them, right? So they can't have there's not two leagues or something else.
We have one wrestling team, and if they're competitive and can compete with others and win a spot, they're entitled to wrestle on the team.
So again, tell me the rationale for eliminating the team so I'm clear.
Well,
why'd you cut it?
As you look at the options that we had, I think that you've clearly talked about the aquatic center, and as you look at some of the modeling, you'll see that we did not move forward with any of the models that had 2 or more aquatic sports as far as being cut. My staff and I felt very strongly about that with the Shaw Aquatic Center, that if we were going to drop sports, it could not affect more than one of those sports. So we moved away from some of those models.
And why is that again? So why?
Well, you
have a facility.
We have certain sports we have to review on the men's side. So if we dropped, for example, water polo and men's swimming, and then suddenly, for some reasons of financial and gender equity, picked women's swimming, we would have dropped 3 of the aquatic sports in the Shaw Aquatic Center. I mean, we looked at that. That wasn't palatable. And so we moved in other directions. We looked at men's track, men's cross country. And when I speak of track, I talk about outdoor track. Right. Talked to the conference to see if we had an option there. We had no option there. We looked at football. We decided not to do that. Gotcha. And so it just left us with very few choices. And my task, and maybe I was alone on this for a long time, was to try and get us to the minimum amount of sports that we would drop, and I was willing to take the risk to move the next 3 years financially through the program. And thus we ended up with 4, not 7, not 9, and we eliminated participation opportunities. 1 women's sport, 3 men's sports.
And when do you realize those savings? This year?
Starting this year, yes.
What's the savings?
I don't have those figures in front of me, but they're in the report submitted to you, and clearly it's $5 million over 5 years. I believe it was about $3 million over 3 years.
Sure.
It's about $1 million a year that we're saving.
So let me be clear here. So we are saving $1 million next year, given your... Are we saving $1 million next year?
Yes.
We are.
If I had those 4 sports, we would probably be somewhere between, yes, we would be close to $1 million out of budget. Been
Out of
catastrophic.
budget. I'm asking you how much money...
Over budget, excuse me.
Over budget. How much money are we going to save with these cuts effective July 1st of 2010 in this year's budget?
Close to $1 million.
Okay. Can you send that to us?
You have that.
Okay.
I can
didn't
send
think
it to
we
you
do.
again.
Okay. The reason the wrestling program was cut again,
Not many other choices.
that was it? That was the rationale?
The financial parts of it, Title IX, the financial parts of the budget, the coaching staff, the scholarships, when you look at all of that side, and whether you are adding a sport or cutting sports, Title IX comes into play, and those numbers crunched out in this respect. There's a lot of other factors that affected some sports over other sports, whether it be the condition of the facility, whether it be how much they can fundraise to be self-supporting and sustaining into the future. That was a sport that spends a lot of money. So is crew.
Mm-hmm. But if you cut the largest women's program, that necessitates somewhat of an equal cut to as many men's programs as possible, right? So if you cut out the largest 73 women, and you're saying that was all that was left on the table, well, then all that's left on the table are more men's programs that are small in nature, unprotected, and in that category of wrestling and men's swimming, correct?
And they meet Title IX guidelines.
So why
meet
cut the
grant and
biggest
aid guidelines?
Why cut the biggest sport again? So why do we cut the biggest sport? Why do we cut the biggest women's sport? The one you told me 3 years ago was, kind of the way we were going, the way we should be going. Why cut the biggest?
Well, I can answer the question again. I think I previously answered it. Without doing that, we would have dropped 3 other sports. And it probably would have been sports like field hockey, women's swimming, lacrosse, or gymnastics. Pick any of the 3.
And the reason, and again, the reason, why not cut the biggest men's sport?
I think I've answered that also. That we felt would have been a significant loss of revenue if we cut football. Is that what you're referring to, Senators? Football?
Yeah. And how much
then
revenue?
The program would have collapsed financially.
Right. And how much revenue would that loss have been?
I don't have that figure rate available with me off the top of my head.
Wow.
But
that's a big statement to make, and not know that. Give me a. Send that to us, will you?
I can send that to you, certainly.
Yeah, we'll follow up.
That's a tough question to ask, but clearly it could have well over $1 million. It would have collapsed the program.
Okay. And how does it collapse the program again? The revenue?
We wouldn't have been able to afford the rest of the sports.
The rest of the sports, okay. So, okay. And so the wrestling cut isn't necessarily a function of some of the things I saw on your spreadsheet, lack of facility, the limited potential to be competitive, none of that. It was just, you're there. You're sitting there, you're unprotected. We got to cut someone. Is that the rationale?
Well, we looked at our criteria, similar criteria that we use when we added sports, and basically we had to stabilize the budget, and we had to do it for a long-term sustainability. Again, Title IX compliance came into play. The Big West Conference requirements for sports and protected them came in play. Those were the primary issues that we looked at with these sports that we had to drop. And then some of them differed, whether you were in a conference, whether that's women's rowing, obviously wrestling's in Pac-10, but a lot of different issues about facilities, future amounts of money that we might have to spend on those facilities. All sorts of different factors weighed in. Wasn't one or two other different factors, Senator.
Okay. But the guiding factor of this was that wrestling was the unprotected class, correct?
Just like with the other sports that I mentioned, too.
Okay. Let's talk about rowing then for a moment. Again, the elimination of 73 female athletes was made for budgetary reasons, not to get us closer to Title IX, or was it to get closer to Title IX and it didn't cause, what was it again? I think.
Both. Anytime you drop a sport, you have to comply with Title IX, and we did so in selecting that sport.
Right. But you chose the biggest sport again, the reason for that again?
Without choosing that sport, we would have dropped 3 other sports.
And you had to drop 3 other sports because you weren't going to drop any men's sports? I mean, there's a proportion here, right? The percentage works both ways.
Yes, of course we would have dropped. That means we would have been dropping 7 sports, probably 4 men's sports and 3 women's sports.
But never football.
In our analysis, that was not a recommendation we made.
Right. Okay. And
Other institutions have done the same.
Okay. Other institutions have.
Yes. In our category, they've recognized the fact that without that sport, their loss of revenue, corporate sponsorships, fundraising abilities, TV, radio would be so significant that it would collapse the budget.
Okay. Let's go. I think I mentioned it a couple times during the hearing, but again, in June 2009, Davis settled a Title IX lawsuit proposed by women athletes, and it set out a 10-year plan for UC Davis to reach some sort of proportion of what we're arguing about. Obviously, today, a good portion of that, all the way up to 2019, 2020. And as a result of that, you added women's field hockey. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
no,
that was.
Excuse me. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
That was well on its way to being added as a sport. And
Okay. Well before the case. Okay. So that was an easy give then to the court, or how did that?
It was in the process of being evaluated, and the law firm that filed that suit basically was saying we should add another sport. We were already in the process of the evaluation of adding another sport. We ended up choosing field hockey.
And then at the same, so then we make a decision a year later to eliminate the 73 active participants that are women. And so we tell the court we're adding a team that fit conveniently into that. And then we cut 73 women the next year. How does that, let me ask the legal, does that somehow, the legal agreement we have, does that contradict the basic tenets of the particular consent decree?
Not at all. It's fully consistent with the judgment there.
Because it's a percentage. Because it's a percentage basis.
Yes, but it also it provides the plaintiffs wanted, and their emphasis was, and our desire was, to add sports. That's always been our desire.
Yeah.
That would have been our preference. As
the plaintiffs would have liked dropping more women than adding?
No.
Okay, because that's what we did. So I'm just trying to understand that. The mathematics of the situation. We have, 73 female athletes now gone.
I think the Chancellor's July 7 letter to you described the process and the different standards.
Sure.
And it's clear there that alternative compliance approaches were authorized, and one was to add another sport to the underrepresented gender, and another was if that was we were not able to do that, to ensure compliance with a set differential.
Okay. Okay. And again, on the Title IX aspect, is there a problem with being above the line? In other words, having more women's sports than you have in proportion
Yes,
to the campus?
the Title IX is, although it assures gender equality, it's also gender blind. So we have to ensure that there's substantial proportionality between athletic opportunities as reflected by the undergraduate population. It's interesting to note, I think.
Right, so if we had kept women's crew, we would still have the men's teams, for sure, correct?
But that's not consistent with our budget realities.
Right, and now we're back to the budget, the budget realities, correct?
Correct.
And the budget realities that are driving this are the chancellor's decision to find $2 million more in a cut. We have a $1.4 billion deficit, and we're still figuring out how to get to $400,000, but we're at $300,000 now. So that's what drove this entire process. It was the actual budget process then, correct?
We would not have been evaluating the elimination of sports had it not been for the budget cuts.
Okay. Well, that's okay. And the year before that, when we had a similar budget crisis, discussion was beginning. Anyway, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why pull the trigger this year? It's because of the outstanding, this is really, really bad year in terms of the UC Davis budget, the $228 million.
Yes, there's been a progression of the budget cuts. And so in the year just ended, 2009-10, we had a $113 million shortfall. So going back to 2008-9, there's roughly a $37 million shortfall, to which we added another 113 in the year just ended, and we're projecting a shortfall of $78 million in 2010-11. So yeah, there's been an accumulation and an escalation of these budget reductions that has caused us to make more and more significant decisions. And again, we're making choices now. The fiscal year has begun, and so we started this planning back in February so that expenditure reductions could be in place when the fiscal year began. The longer you wait, the harder it is to compress those reductions into a shorter time period.
Got it. What's your range? What is the budget range you're looking at as the legislature is considering the governor's budget at this point in time?
The shortfall for 2011, the range is from $38 million to $78 million. That's our estimate.
38 to 78?
38 to 78.
For your campus?
For our campus,
okay.
On top of the 150 that we've already had from the last 2 years.
38 to 78. And let me ask the athletic director, where are you in that 38 to 78? Where do you fall into in terms of your projection? Because we're looking for,
Well, we've already received our cuts for 10 and 11.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of going forward, I mean, what does it look like? What are you planning on? I mean, is the worst case scenario?
I hope
medium,
I hope we don't get cut again.
Uh-huh.
I hope we can sustain things.
Okay.
I can't predict what's going to happen in 12 and 13 and 13 and 14, Senator.
What do you predict in terms of us? I think you've mentioned it, but it's crawling out of this 5 years from now, or to some sustainable level. There's no growth plan from the university in terms of 5 years from now?
No, actually, we already asked and answered that. Our assumption as it relates to the state is we don't anticipate major additional spending increases from the state. We don't see it, and so in fact we're gearing our strategies towards other revenues and looking. So
the state goes from a $75 billion budget back to a $110 billion budget. Excuse me. You expect no other additional. Want me to write that down then? Okay.
I'm familiar with the UCLA forecast, but we can't spend those dollars, and in fact, it's not fiscally prudent for us to spend those dollars. So you're going
to be budgeted at this year's level going forward, even though the state budget itself as a totality may grow to $110 billion.
It may, but in fact, I don't even know the state budget for the current year, and so it makes it very difficult to make choices about the future. And I did mention the retirement system contribution is a major shortcoming, and the fact that at this point in time, our campus is over-enrolled by 2,306 students.
Yeah. So
the state hasn't even caught up to supporting us for the level of students we are providing access to today.
Right.
And those are two significant hurdles that I would hope a growth in the state budget would first overcome before we could count on any additional growth.
And who makes the decision on your pension liabilities and decisions? The
Board of the
legislature or the Board of Regents that,
The Board of the
that is
Regents will-
autonomous from the legislature?
The Board of the Regents will set the policy as it relates to funding of the pension system.
Right.
The state of California will hopefully participate at its share of the obligation of that pension obligation.
Gotcha. And when is the Board of Regents going to make that decision?
The Board of Regents has already acted. We restarted contributions at a 4% level for the employer and at a 2% level for most employees effective April 15th. The Board of Regents will consider the next phase at either its September or November meetings. I don't have the agenda-setting authority for the Board of Regents.
Okay. Let's close some of this. I'd like to get back to the chancellor, if you could. And I guess I was here. We had a hearing, obviously, 3 years ago. I was here as an assembly member when Helen Thompson held up UC Davis's budget. You probably remember that. Due to the fact that, or I think they held up the life science building, is what it was here in the legislature, the science laboratory project. And the whole issue there was women's participation in wrestling. And, you know, obviously, as I remember, it got the attention of Chancellor Vanderhoff. And the reaction from the chancellor at that time was to appoint a blue ribbon commission that was nationally recognized and looked at all of the particular options and came up with, if you will, an emphasis, an independent review away from the university. And it was to, in essence, assess the UC Davis athletics program. And the whole emphasis here was to try to find out how UC Davis was handling women's wrestling at that point in time. I remember this was 2001. And I guess, you know, Chancellor, my question to you is, given what you've heard tonight, given the amount of participation, whether it be the AAC or the CAC or the SAAC or, you know, the various acronyms out there that have taken us more time to learn for this hearing than some of the material. I mean, do you find yourself trying to, or do you think you will do something similar? I mean, do you have an opportunity to put together some independent, outside, open, transparent review of the process, taking testimony from the students, the athletes, to publicly review the options, to have an opportunity to present the scenarios that might allow for participation to be maximized, which is the Davis way, if you will, and to try to find the right mix of funding, and to do that in this participatory Davis way model? I mean, is that, or is this decision just done and we're going to have to...
The decision is done. However, I would like to have an outside group come over and look at the principles we have and give us an advice, an outside and objective advice of whether those principles can hold themselves against time. Because obviously they were put together with a very important goal in mind in 2002, but this year's actions have really demonstrated that realities have not allowed us to follow all 8 of them. And therefore, in my mind, there is a very important question of what really does that take us to. And I would like at some point to find a way to answer this question.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the testimony, and I appreciate the opportunity for all of you to get on the record. I will tell you that I think we're very interested in not only listening to the students here, but to try to have that transparent process on your campus. So, you know, as we get more information from you, you know, we will probably asked to have one follow-up hearing after reviewing the transcript on your campus. So we look forward to having more input, particularly from the students, and seeing how we can move the ball forward. So thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to the second panel, which is the University of California Davis students. And we have Darcy Ward from Women's Crew, Zach Henson, men's swimming, Heidi Kucera, women's swimming. Oh, hold on, Heidi Kuso for women's swimming. Jack Swald, the ASU DC president, and Ricky Akala from men's wrestling. So if you all can take your time and let folks get their paperwork. I'm going to take a bathroom break. And as you're setting up, I'm just going to take one quick break.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and begin. So if everybody can either take the conversations out in the hall and rejoin us or have a seat, we'd appreciate it. I'd like to thank the students for hanging around for a little bit. And I'd like to begin, if possible, with our president. And I don't know if you have a statement, but obviously you had an opportunity to listen to the testimony prior, and I certainly would like to hear what you have to say, and then I have a few questions for you.
Senator Flores and respected members of the public, my name is Jack Swald. I'm the president of the Associated Students at UC Davis. I'm here today to provide a bit of student perspective on student agreements, particularly financial agreements and general agreements and student fees that we've made with the UC Davis administration. Senator Flores is correct in saying that we, the students, have voted to impose taxes or fees on ourselves in order to pay for a greater opportunity for all students. And I hope that we can spend some time today talking about how to protect and preserve those agreements so that students can continue to enjoy such opportunities.
Well, this is your opportunity, so why don't you give us a little bit of a rendition about the meeting you had with the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, and it was been mentioned that, or at least insinuated from my point of view, that you were okay with all this. So what's your rendition of that?
Now I'm on. Okay. I like to sit down with Vice Chancellor Wood. He's a very honest man, and we did talk about grants and aid, and that was one of my major concerns, was ensuring that we made a commitment to these students, that we were going to help them pay for their education, and we were going to bring them into the UC Davis family, and making sure that, considering a lot of student athletes may not be able to pay for school on their own, may have to take out excessive loans, come from underrepresented groups, to make sure that we can ensure that commitment to those students, to make sure that we continued. And we did talk about SASE, and we did talk about the 23-sport option, and I did promise him major repercussions if we dipped below the 23-sport option, because that's what the SASE referendum said. And if we were to dip below that, that would be a violation of our contract between us and the administration, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, but it would be, in my opinion, a violation of our contract. So I did talk to him about that moratorium for a year, but I was mostly concerned with ensuring our grants and aid and ensuring that there wasn't a violation of our student agreements. So I did support a moratorium. I want a moratorium for 1 year. I signed the resolution that was passed by the Senate and sent to the Vice Chancellor. I'm in full support of that resolution. But my main consideration in that meeting was for GIA and SASE, but of course the moratorium was also there. So that's sort of what happened in that meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, in passing the Senate resolution you just mentioned, what were you asking for in essence, so we can get real clear for the record?
Sure. The Senate resolution was in order to ask the administration for a 1-year period to see if we couldn't fundraise, to see if we couldn't look over the budget, have a more deliberative and consultative process in order to make sure that we had adequate input from students and that we were able to continue to offer the most amount of opportunities to our student body and take into account student opinions. So that's what the Senate wanted, that's what I wanted, and I think that's what a majority of UC Davis students want.
And in regard to the actual reduction of team sports teams, what is the general attitude of the students? You may have heard the Vice Chancellor mention that the feeling on campus wasn't really at a point where you would go back to the students and ask them for additional support. I mean, you're a student. Give me your perspective.
Are you saying that in regards to the fact that we won't be passing any new fee initiatives? Yeah,
I'm just asking you the general climate for going back to students and beginning the discussion on what they would like to see in terms of the sports that are being cut and future endeavors.
Surely students would like a bigger voice in the discussion and a bigger seat at the table. And of course, we aren't going to be passing any new fee initiatives on ourselves, considering we already pay for the vast majority of this ICA program, and we also fund our own gym, and we fund a camp for kids, and we fund a bus system, and we fund different advocacy programs. So I don't think we're going to be passing any new fees. But one thing I think we did want is more of a place in the process, because I think that while there was some student involvement, I think it was relatively minimal.
And what would you say to the Chancellor and the administration from a student perspective in terms of this decision?
In terms of this decision?
Yeah.
Well, I think that my colleagues, and I'm not going to speak for them, but I think that we did all realize that in this tough situation, cuts needed to be made, not necessarily the cuts that the administration decided upon. And I think if they had consulted more with coaches, with students in general, and specifically with athletes, and more with government, student government that is, we might have come to a more equitable place than we are now. So what I'd like to say is that students need to be more involved in this process, and I think what we want is that 1 year, and I think that's why we passed that resolution. And whenever I meet with the Chancellor or with the Vice Chancellor, I always talk about that 1 year.
And what was your thought process in terms of the discussion about the CURB? I think it's the group, the campus, having, if you will, taking it to CURB versus CURB actually voting on this. And
are you talking about through CURB or by CURB?
Yes,
yeah.
Through or by. Yes, okay. The through or by discussion.
Yes. I think that this is, I've had some wranglings with a former Associate Vice Chancellor that's no longer with the administration about several key words in those initiatives. We didn't discuss CURB, but to address your point, I think that is, if there was a line and on one side you're right and one side you're wrong, they might have a toe over on the wrong side of the line there, because of course I don't have a ruling on what through or by in that specific instance means, but I do think having a process and considering the climate in which SASE was written, I think the spirit of that initiative was that CURB would have a serious say in how things are going and not just saying yes or no and then passing it along to decision makers. I think they, as a decision-making group of administrators and of students, that we would have a real consultative process in which we have a shared governance system in the university. And around SASE, I had an argument with a particular administrator that since the phrase 23 sports was in parentheses, that meant that it didn't count and it was just a suggestion. And considering people voted on a 0, 17, and 23 sport model, I disagreed. So we've had some disagreements over the language, and of course, none of us has been deemed right by a court of law, but in my opinion, CURB has a bigger role in this decision-making process than Campus Council would like to say in this hearing.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Darcy, I'd like to hear what you have to say, and sure, why don't you begin?
Sure. So my name is Darcy Ward. I just recently finished my 4th year of rowing with UC Davis, and I just graduated with a neurobiology, physiology, and behavior degree. I am part of the I was part of the largest women's sport on campus. And not only were we the largest women's sport on campus, we also did most of our recruiting on campus. So we actually emphasized the student-athlete model, I'd say more than most sports, pardon me. The athletes that come onto our team, like myself, we were students first and already accepted into the university, and then we're given the opportunity to row through the training on campus and at the Port of Sacramento. And on a personal note, if it weren't with the effort of my coach and the financial aid that was provided, I wouldn't have been able to graduate with the degree from this prestigious university due to family circumstances and health circumstances and the insurance that they talk about, the rates that go higher. I can't feel my right hand a lot of the time because of rowing injuries. And if that's something they need to spend more money on, then they need to spend more money on it, because while we are student athletes, there are risks and injuries involved with that. And I think that, taking away a sport because you have to increase money, to keep the athletes working is a little bit of a cop-out.
What is your feeling about the discussion about the Davis way and the move to Division I and some of the things you've heard tonight?
I think if you talk to a student about the Davis way, you'll get a completely different answer than the administrators about the Davis way. As an Aggie, I love the sports here. I love going to the basketball games, and when you go and see the Aggie Pack, it's a completely different feeling than I think you would get at most other schools. And I think the Davis way is to make it student involvement. I think we're very heavily involved with student opinions and student protests, and I think that was completely disregarded within the process. It wasn't transparent. The minimal student involvement that they talked about the 2 SAC members, the Student Athletic Advisory Committee. They didn't even meet with the incomplete committee to get a full scope view on all the sports, which women's rowing, men's swimming and diving, outdoor track, and wrestling would have been a part of within that discussion.
And in terms of the discussion, you may have heard about the referendums that were passed. Did you vote for any of those while you were on campus?
No, but I pay for them.
You pay for them, yes, absolutely. And so what is your thought process in terms of students participating in the approval process in this particular decision?
I think that one of the key parts of the university is that things passed by previous students are only to increase the experience for the rest. And if the students who passed those referendums believed in the core principles like I do today and believed that we should go with the 23-sport model and continue to increase sports rather than cut sports, then I still vote with them on that.
Right.
And that's why the athletes went to ASUCD and went to get another referendum passed, because we saw the power in those two. We saw the power within the ASUCD Senate, and for that not to carry any weight, as the Vice Chancellor said, seems to be a little deterring.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we move on?
Not at this time.
Okay. we'll get back to that. Zach, maybe get your impressions and some discussion and some testimony.
Absolutely.
And are you on CURB?
No, I'm not on CURB.
Okay.
I'm Zach Hansen. I'm a swimmer. Throughout this entire process, this is more involved in campus politics than I've ever been, and it's a steep learning curve. One of the most telling things that I've found is in all of the GIA grant and aid projection models that we have received as a result of our public records request, that any time that the senior management group, so that's the core group of administrators in the intercollegiate athletic department, cut a sport or cut sports in plural, women's rowing and men's swimming were always cut. Other teams were thrown in there, but if there was a cut, it was women's rowing and men's swimming.
And give me your impressions of what you heard today, some things that struck out, that stuck in your mind that need correction, or things that you would like to add to impressions.
Well, a very big thing was they pointed in the argument of, did it go by CURB, or was it approved by CURB, or did it go through CURB? What the meeting notes from the Campus Unions and Recreations Board say is that they saw